Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Magical Properties of Delta Magic. Long before wizards understood the intricate workings of magical energy, they recognized that certain places in the natural world held extraordinary power. Among these mystical locations, none have proven more fascinating than the river deltas, where fresh water meets the sea, carrying with it centuries of accumulated magical essence. Tonight, we shall explore the remarkable phenomenon of delta magic, where the convergence of waters creates some of the most potent and complex magical fields known to wizard kind. Imagine yourself standing on the banks of a great river as it approaches its final destination. The water before you moves with ancient purpose, carrying not only sediment and minerals from distant mountains, but also the magical energies it has gathered along its winding journey. Each tributary that joined this river added its own magical signature, creating a flowing tapestry of enchanted essence that grows richer and more complex with every mile traveled. The magical properties of deltas arise from this unique convergence of elements. As fresh water meets salt water, as moving water encounters the vast stillness of ocean or lake, as sediment settles into new configurations, magical energies undergo a transformation that creates entirely new forms of magical potential. The very physics of this meeting place generates what magical theorists call confluence magic, power born from the marriage of opposing forces. You can feel this energy if you know where to look. Walk along the muddy shores of any major delta during the golden hour before sunset, and you might notice how the air itself seems to shimmer with an almost imperceptible glow. The magical field here doesn't pulse with the dramatic intensity of a ley line or the focused power of an ancient stone circle. Instead, it flows like the water itself, gentle but inexorable, carrying with it the accumulated wisdom of the entire watershed. The sediment that settles in these deltaic regions becomes infused with this magical essence over time. What begins as ordinary particles of soil, sand, and organic matter gradually transforms into something far more valuable to the magical community. This magically charged silt, when properly harvested and prepared, serves as one of the most versatile components in advanced potion making and spell crafting. Consider the famous Nile Delta, where Egyptian wizards first discovered the properties of magical sediment over 4,000 years ago. The annual flooding of the Nile didn't merely deposit fertile soil across the landscape, it spread a thin layer of magically enhanced material that Egyptian magical practitioners learned to recognize and utilize. Their papyrus scrolls speak of the gift of the river god, describing how certain spells could only be performed using delta mud that had been charged by the confluence of the great river with the Mediterranean Sea. The magical properties of delta environments extend far beyond their sediment. The plant life that grows in these regions develops unique characteristics, drawing sustenance from soil enriched with magical essence. Papyrus reeds grown in magical deltas, for instance, create parchment with natural preservation properties. Cattails from these environments yield cores for wands that excel in water-based magic. Even the humble marsh grasses that wave in the delta breezes carry within their fibers a subtle magical resonance that enhances herbological preparations. The water itself undergoes a remarkable transformation as it moves through the delta system. Fresh water, carrying the magical signatures of inland regions, gradually mingles with the different magical properties of oceanic waters. This mixing creates layers of varying magical density, much like the thermoclines that marine biologists study in non-magical waters. Experienced practitioners of water magic can sense these layers and even learn to draw upon specific magical frequencies found at particular depths. Different types of deltas create different magical signatures. The fan-shaped deltas formed by rivers that spread across broad coastal plains generate what magical geographers term distributed field magic, magical energy that spreads evenly across a wide area, creating regions of gentle but persistent magical enhancement. These areas often become favored locations for magical communities that value stability and consistent magical resources over dramatic displays of power. Bird's foot deltas, where the river splits into multiple channels before reaching the sea, create entirely different magical patterns. Here, the magical energy follows the water channels, creating concentrated streams of power separated by areas of more normal magical background. These channeled delta fields have historically been prized by wizards specializing in transportation magic, as the natural magical channels can be used to enhance apparition and other forms of magical travel. The seasonal variations in delta magic add another layer of complexity to these already intricate systems. During periods of high water flow, when spring melts or seasonal rains swell the rivers, the magical energy intensifies and spreads. Delta regions that might seem relatively ordinary during dry seasons can transform into areas of remarkable magical potency when the waters rise. Experienced magical naturalists learn to time their harvesting and spell work to coincide with these periods of enhanced activity. The wildlife that inhabits magical deltas often develops extraordinary characteristics. Fish that spend their lives swimming through magically charged waters sometimes develop the ability to sense magical auras, or even store small amounts of magical energy in specialized organs. Migratory birds that nest in delta regions may find their navigation abilities enhanced, allowing them to sense magical ley lines from great distances. Even insects in these environments can develop magical properties. Certain species of delta-dwelling beetles are prized by potioneers for their ability to detect the quality of magical ingredients. The interaction between tidal forces and delta magic creates some of the most fascinating phenomena in magical geography. As tides rise and fall, they don't merely move water, they also shift and concentrate the magical fields within the delta. High tide might compress the magical energy into a smaller area, creating temporary zones of intense magical activity. Low tide can spread the energy across exposed mudflats, creating opportunities for magical harvesting that exist only during specific times of day. Some of the most powerful magical deltas are found where multiple rivers converge before reaching the sea. The confluence of several waterways, each carrying its own magical signature, creates complex interference patterns in the magical field. These multi-river deltas often become sites of great magical significance, attracting wizarding settlements and serving as centers of magical learning and research. The preservation of delta magic has become an increasing concern in the modern wizarding world. As Muggle development encroaches on many delta regions, and as climate change alters the flow patterns of rivers worldwide, some of the most ancient and powerful delta magical fields face threats that could permanently alter their properties. Magical conservationists work tirelessly to protect these irreplaceable magical environments, understanding that once a delta's magical field is disrupted, it may take centuries or millennia to regenerate. The study of delta magic has contributed significantly to our understanding of how magical energy moves and accumulates in natural systems. Researchers have discovered that the principles governing delta magic apply to other convergent zones as well, places where different types of magical energy meet and mingle. This knowledge has informed everything from the design of magical buildings to the planning of wizarding communities. As our exploration of delta magic draws to a close, the gentle sound of water meeting water seems to echo in the quiet air around us. These remarkable places, where rivers complete their ancient journeys and magical energies find new forms of expression, remind us that magic itself is always flowing, always changing, always seeking new ways to manifest in our world. Perhaps you find yourself wondering what hidden confluences in your own life might be creating unexpected forms of power, and how might recognizing these meeting places transform your understanding of the magic that flows around and through us all. Chapter 2. The Development of Self-Sealing Envelopes. In the quiet moments between dusk and darkness, when the wizarding world settles into evening routines, thousands of enchanted envelopes make their way through the postal system, each one carrying secrets protected by ancient magic. Tonight, we shall unfold the remarkable story of self-sealing envelopes, those ingenious creations that revolutionized magical correspondence and transformed how wizards communicate across vast distances. The need for secure magical communication arose almost as soon as wizards began writing to one another. In the earliest days of wizarding society, when messages were carried by foot or by trained magical creatures, the simple act of sealing a letter became a matter of utmost importance. A broken seal could mean exposed secrets, intercepted intelligence, or compromised personal correspondence. Yet the traditional methods of sealing, melted wax, pressed clay, or simple adhesive charms, proved inadequate against the sophisticated magical techniques that could be used to breach them. Imagine holding one of the first self-sealing envelopes in your hands, feeling the subtle warmth that emanates from the parchment itself. The envelope appears ordinary enough at first glance, perhaps crafted from fine quality paper, with the sender's personal watermark pressed delicately into one corner. But as you examine it more closely, you begin to sense the complex magic woven into its very fibers, magic that has been dormant since the moment the envelope was sealed, waiting to respond to any unauthorized attempt at opening. The development of self-sealing envelope magic began in the early 13th century, when a consortium of magical scholars in medieval France grew concerned about the security of correspondence between magical institutions. These early researchers, working in the shadow of the great cathedral schools that were revolutionizing non-magical learning, recognized that magical knowledge required its own forms of protection during transmission. The first breakthrough came from an unlikely source, a young apprentice named Marguerite de Montpellier, who had been tasked with organizing her master's extensive correspondence. Frustrated by the frequent tampering with important letters, she began experimenting with small detection charms that could reveal whether a seal had been broken. Her initial attempts were crude but promising, simple spells that would change the color of the wax if the seal had been disturbed, or charms that would cause the parchment to emit a faint glow if unauthorized hands had touched it. Marguerite's work caught the attention of Master Aldrich the Secretive, a renowned expert in protective enchantments who had spent decades developing ways to safeguard magical knowledge. Together, they began to explore more sophisticated approaches to envelope protection. Rather than simply detecting tampering after it had occurred, they sought to create envelopes that would actively resist unauthorized opening, while still allowing legitimate recipients to access their contents. The challenge lay in creating magic that could distinguish between authorized and unauthorized recipients. Early experimental envelopes proved frustratingly indiscriminate, sealing themselves so thoroughly that even their intended recipients couldn't open them without destroying the contents. Other attempts erred in the opposite direction, creating seals so accommodating that they offered little more protection than conventional wax. The breakthrough came when Master Aldrich realized that the solution lay not in the envelope itself, but in the relationship between the sender and the intended recipient. He developed a technique that would bind the envelope's opening mechanism to the magical signature of the person whose name appeared in the address. The envelope would recognize the unique magical emanation of its intended recipient and yield only to that specific magical presence. The process of creating these early self-sealing envelopes was both labor-intensive and expensive. Each envelope required individual enchantment, with the magical practitioner carefully attuning the protective spells to the intended recipient's magical signature. The parchment itself had to be specially prepared, often soaked in solutions containing unicorn hair fibers or powdered phoenix feather, to enhance its receptivity to protective magic. As word of this innovation spread through the magical community, Demand for self-sealing envelopes grew rapidly. Magical governments, banking institutions, and scholarly organizations all recognized the value of secure correspondence. However, the high cost and time-consuming nature of individual enchantment limited their use to only the most sensitive communications. The next major advancement came in the late 14th century, when a guild of magical artificers in Venice developed techniques for mass-producing enchanted envelopes. They discovered that by creating master templates imbued with flexible protective spells, they could produce envelopes that would adapt to different recipients without requiring individual customization. These standardized self-sealing envelopes could be purchased by anyone and would automatically attune themselves to the magical signature of whoever first handled them as a sender. The Venetian innovation democratized secure magical correspondence, making protected communication accessible to ordinary wizards rather than just the wealthy and powerful. Letter writing in the magical community flourished as people gained confidence that their personal correspondence would remain private. Love letters, business communications, and family news could all be shared with the assurance that prying eyes would be thwarted by the envelope's protective magic. The magic woven into these envelopes operates on several levels simultaneously. The most basic layer provides tamper detection. If anyone other than the intended recipient attempts to open the envelope, it will show clear signs of interference. More sophisticated versions include tamper prevention, actively resisting unauthorized opening attempts through various means. Some envelopes will become temporarily rigid, making them impossible to tear or cut. Others will cause their contents to become illegible if the wrong person tries to read them. The most advanced self-sealing envelopes incorporate what magical theorists call cascade protection, a series of increasingly dramatic responses to repeated tampering attempts. A first, unauthorized opening attempt might simply cause the envelope to reseal itself. A second attempt could trigger a charm that makes the text invisible to anyone but the intended recipient. A third attempt might activate more serious protective measures, such as causing the entire letter to burst into harmless but spectacular flames, ensuring that sensitive information can never fall into the wrong hands. The materials used in modern self-sealing envelopes have evolved considerably from those early handcrafted examples. Contemporary envelope makers employ a variety of magical substrates, each offering different levels of protection and different aesthetic qualities. Dragonhide parchment provides exceptional durability and resistance to both magical and physical tampering, though its cost limits its use to the most critical correspondence. Enchanted tree bark from specially cultivated magical forests offers an excellent balance of protection and affordability, while still maintaining the pleasing texture and appearance that users expect from quality stationery. The adhesive used in self-sealing envelopes represents perhaps the most ingenious aspect of their design. Rather than relying on simple glue or wax, these envelopes employ what magical engineers call responsive binding agents, substances that remain fluid and workable during the sealing process, but transform into incredibly strong magical bonds once the envelope has been properly closed. These binding agents are often derived from the silk of acromantula spiders, carefully processed to remove any dangerous properties, while retaining the silk's natural strength and its ability to respond to magical commands. Different types of self-sealing envelopes have evolved to meet different communication needs. Express delivery envelopes include time-sensitive magic that ensures they will open easily for their intended recipient, but become increasingly difficult to breach as time passes, encouraging prompt attention to urgent correspondence. Archival envelopes, designed for long-term storage, include preservation charms that protect both the envelope and its contents from deterioration over extended periods. Some specialized envelopes include additional security features tailored to specific types of correspondence. Banking envelopes might include currency detection charms that can sense if magical coins or precious materials are enclosed, providing additional protection for financial transactions. Academic envelopes used by magical researchers often include authenticity verification, ensuring that published papers and scholarly communications can be traced back to their original authors. The production of self-sealing envelopes has become a sophisticated magical industry, with different manufacturers developing their own proprietary techniques and magical formulations. The finest envelope makers guard their secrets jealously, passing down specialized knowledge through generations of craftspeople. Some family-run workshops have maintained their reputations for centuries, with their envelopes bearing magical signatures that are recognized and trusted throughout the wizarding world. Quality control in envelope manufacturing requires considerable expertise in both magical theory and practical application. Each batch of envelopes must be tested to ensure that the protective charms are functioning properly, that the binding agents will respond correctly to different magical signatures, and that the materials will maintain their integrity over time. Master envelope makers often employ teams of apprentices whose primary responsibility is testing prototype envelopes under various conditions to identify potential weaknesses or failures. The environmental impact of self-sealing envelope production has become an increasing concern in recent decades. The magical materials required for the most effective envelopes often come from rare creatures or plants, raising questions about sustainability and conservation. Progressive manufacturers have begun developing alternative materials and techniques that provide comparable protection, while reducing the demand for scarce magical resources. International variations in self-sealing envelope design reflect different cultural approaches to privacy and communication. Scandinavian envelopes, for example, often incorporate ice crystal-based binding agents that provide excellent protection in cold climates, while offering a distinctive aesthetic appearance. Mediterranean versions frequently use olive-based magical compounds that give the envelopes a subtle, pleasant fragrance, while maintaining their protective properties. As our evening exploration of self-sealing envelopes draws to a close, the gentle rustle of parchment seems to whisper of all the secrets these remarkable creations have protected throughout the centuries. From love letters between separated magical families to critical intelligence that shaped the course of magical history, these ingenious inventions have served as silent guardians of wizarding privacy and security. In this quiet moment, consider, what words of yours would you most want to protect from unwanted eyes, and how might the knowledge that your thoughts could travel safely across any distance change the way you choose to communicate with the world? Chapter 3. The Ancient Wizarding Villages of Bahamas. Beneath the turquoise waters and swaying palm fronds of the Caribbean archipelago, a hidden world of magical communities has flourished for over 1,000 years. As warm trade winds carry the scent of sea salt and tropical blooms through our evening air, let us journey to the ancient wizarding villages of the Bahamas, where crystal-clear waters conceal some of the most remarkable magical settlements ever established in the New World. The story of Bahamian magical communities begins long before Columbus ever glimpsed these shores, in an era when the indigenous Lithuanian people shared their islands with wizards who had fled persecution in distant lands. These early magical settlers, arriving in small groups throughout the 11th and 12th centuries, discovered that the unique geography of the Bahamian islands created extraordinary conditions for magical practice. The shallow seas, coral reefs, and countless hidden coves provided natural protection, while the constant flow of ocean currents generated powerful and renewable magical energies. Imagine yourself approaching one of these ancient villages, as it might have appeared 5 centuries ago. Your boat glides silently through waters so clear you can see the sandy bottom 30 feet below, where schools of tropical fish dart between coral formations that pulse with their own subtle magical luminescence. Ahead, what appears to be nothing more than a small uninhabited cay begins to shimmer and shift as your magical aura interacts with the concealment charms, protecting the settlement. The largest and most influential of these communities was Aquamarine Haven, built within a natural lagoon on what Muggles now know as Andor's Island. The village founders, led by a remarkable witch named Nerida Coralheart, chose this location for its unique magical properties. The lagoon was fed by several underground freshwater springs, that created a complex mixing of fresh and salt water, generating the same type of confluence magic found in river deltas, but concentrated in a much smaller area. The architecture of Aquamarine Haven reflected both practical needs and magical innovation. Houses were built on stilts that extended both above and below the water's surface, with living spaces that could be accessed either by boat or by underwater passages, protected by bubblehead charms. The buildings themselves were constructed from a mixture of locally harvested materials, coral stone, driftwood blessed by sea spirits, and a unique form of magical concrete made from crushed shells and sand infused with protective enchantments. The village's most remarkable feature was its central plaza, a circular platform that floated at the exact center of the lagoon. This platform, known as the tidal heart, was magically anchored to the lagoon floor by coral pillars that had been encouraged to grow in specific patterns over decades. The plaza would rise and fall with the tides, but its surface always remained level, creating a gathering place that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the ocean itself. The magical practices developed in Aquamarine Haven reflected the community's intimate relationship with the marine environment. Bahamian water witches became renowned throughout the magical world for their ability to communicate with sea creatures, navigate by the patterns of currents and tides, and harness the power of tropical storms for magical purposes. Their spell work incorporated elements unknown to land-based magical traditions, incantations that mimicked the songs of whales, wand movements that followed the flowing patterns of seaweed, and potions brewed using ingredients that could only be gathered during specific phases of the moon and tide. The coral gardens surrounding these villages represented perhaps the most sophisticated example of magical aquaculture ever developed. Wizard-cultivated coral formations were encouraged to grow in complex geometric patterns that not only provided protection from hurricanes and hostile magical creatures, but also served as living magical focuses that amplified and channeled the ocean's natural energies. These coral gardens took generations to mature, with each family in the village responsible for tending specific sections according to ancient traditions passed down through oral history. Trade connections linked the Bahamian magical communities to other Caribbean islands, and eventually to magical settlements along the American coast. Bahamian wizards became skilled navigators and merchants, using their knowledge of ocean currents and magical sea routes to transport goods and information throughout the region. Their vessels, often appearing to Muggle observers as simple fishing boats or trading canoes, were equipped with sophisticated magical enhancements that allowed them to travel vast distances and weather conditions that would destroy conventional ships. The village of Conch Shell Bay, located on what is now Eleuthera Island, specialized in magical creature husbandry and became the primary breeding ground for several species of magical marine life. The waters around the village served as sanctuaries for Caribbean merpeople, sea serpents, and the rare rainbow fish whose scales were prized by wandmakers throughout the Americas. The village's inhabitants developed an intricate relationship with these creatures, offering protection and carefully managed environments in exchange for materials needed for magical practice. The social structure of these communities reflected their maritime environment and the challenges of maintaining magical secrecy in such open surroundings. Village councils were typically led by individuals known as tide speakers, experienced wizards who had demonstrated mastery over oceanic magic and the wisdom necessary to navigate both literal and figurative storms. These leaders were chosen not by heredity or wealth, but by their ability to maintain harmony between the human and magical inhabitants of their territories. Education in Bahamian magical communities took place through a unique system of apprenticeships and seasonal gatherings. Young witches and wizards would spend their early years learning basic skills from their families and village elders, but as they matured, they would travel between different settlements to study specialized subjects. A student interested in storm magic might spend hurricane season with the weather workers of Hurricane Hole, while those drawn to healing arts could study with the coral tender healers of Healing Springs K. The architecture of magical buildings in these communities represented a fascinating fusion of practical engineering and aesthetic beauty. Structures needed to withstand powerful storms, while maintaining the concealment charms that kept them hidden from Muggle sailors and explorers. Bahamian magical architects developed techniques for creating buildings that would automatically submerge during severe weather, riding out hurricanes in the calm depths below the waves, before rising again when conditions improved. The preservation of magical knowledge in these island communities required innovative approaches to overcome the challenges posed by salt air, tropical humidity, and the occasional hurricane. Bahamian scholars developed magical writing techniques using coral ink and treated conch shells as writing surfaces, creating libraries that could survive complete submersion in seawater. The most important historical records were often carved directly into living coral formations, where the natural growth of the coral would gradually incorporate and protect the inscribed knowledge. The cuisine developed in these communities reflected both the abundance of the tropical ocean and the specific dietary needs of magical practitioners. Bahamian magical cooking incorporated techniques for preparing magical sea creatures in ways that preserved their beneficial properties while making them safe for consumption. Certain species of magical fish, when properly prepared, could enhance a wizard's ability to hold their breath underwater or improve their sensitivity to changes in weather patterns. Seasonal festivals in these communities were timed to coincide with natural phenomena unique to the Caribbean, the spawning cycles of magical marine life, the arrival of migrating weather spirits, and the rare appearances of magical phenomena like St. Elmo's fire or underwater aurora. The Festival of the Silver Tide, celebrated when certain types of magical plankton caused the lagoons to glow with silver light, became a time for renewing protective charms and celebrating marriages within the community. The challenges faced by these ancient communities included not only natural dangers like hurricanes and sea monsters, but also the increasing presence of non-magical explorers and eventually colonial powers. As European exploration of the Caribbean intensified, maintaining magical secrecy became increasingly difficult. The communities developed sophisticated early warning systems, using networks of magical sea creatures and enchanted coral formations to detect approaching Muggle ships long before they came within sight of the villages. The eventual decline of some of these communities came not from any single catastrophic event, but from the gradual changes brought by the modern world. Rising sea levels affected the delicate magical balance of the lagoons. Muggle development on nearby islands disrupted ancient magical sites. Perhaps most significantly, younger generations began to leave for magical communities in larger cities, drawn by opportunities that the isolated island villages could no longer provide. However, several of these ancient communities continue to thrive in the present day, their existence still hidden from the Muggle world by centuries-old concealment charms and the natural camouflage provided by the Bahamas' thousands of small islands and cays. These surviving villages have adapted to modern challenges while maintaining their essential character and traditions. They serve as living museums of a unique magical culture while continuing to contribute to the broader magical world through their specialized knowledge of oceanic magic. Modern conservation efforts, supported by both local magical communities and international magical organizations, work to protect the remaining coral gardens and magical sites from the effects of climate change and human development. These efforts recognize that the loss of Bahamian magical communities would represent not just a cultural tragedy, but the disappearance of irreplaceable knowledge about oceanic magic and sustainable magical living. As our exploration of these remarkable island communities draws to a close, the gentle lapping of waves against coral shores seems to carry whispers of the ancient wisdom cultivated in these hidden villages. The rhythmic sound of the ocean, unchanged despite centuries of transformation in the world above, reminds us that some forms of knowledge run as deep as the ocean currents themselves. In this peaceful moment, as the imagined warmth of Caribbean waters surrounds us, consider what aspects of the natural world around you might hold hidden wisdom, and how might living in harmony with these natural forces transform not just your magical practice, but your entire understanding of home. Chapter 4. The Different Types of Magical Proclamations. In the hushed corridors of magical government buildings around the world, where ancient stone walls have absorbed centuries of whispered conversations and momentous decisions, official documents await their transformation into something far more powerful than mere words on parchment. Tonight, we shall examine the fascinating world of magical proclamations, those enchanted announcements that carry the full weight of magical law and authority across vast distances and through the fabric of wizarding society itself. The concept of a magical proclamation extends far beyond the simple act of making an announcement. When a magical government or authority issues a proclamation, they are creating a document imbued with enforcement magic that ensures the information reaches every corner of their jurisdiction, while simultaneously making compliance with its contents magically compulsory in ways that ordinary laws cannot achieve. These are not merely notifications, they are transformative spells cast on a societal scale. Picture yourself in the Grand Chamber, where the Wizengamot convenes, watching as the chief warlock rises to announce a new proclamation. The parchment in his hands appears deceptively ordinary at first glance, but as he begins to speak the formal words of issuance, the document begins to glow with an inner light that grows stronger with each syllable. The magic being woven into this announcement will soon spread throughout magical Britain, carrying not just information, but the binding force of magical law itself. The most fundamental type of magical proclamation is the legislative decree, used to announce new laws or modifications to existing magical statutes. These proclamations possess what magical legal scholars call propagation magic, enchantments that ensure every witch and wizard under the jurisdiction's authority becomes aware of the new law, regardless of their location or circumstances. The magic works by creating a temporary connection to each individual's magical signature, delivering the information directly to their consciousness in a way that cannot be ignored or forgotten. Legislative decree proclamations require extraordinarily precise magical craftsmanship. The spellwork must be strong enough to reach every magical person within the jurisdiction, yet gentle enough to avoid causing mental distress or confusion. Too much force, and the magical community might experience mass headaches or disorientation. Too little, and some individuals might remain unaware of crucial legal changes. The wizards responsible for crafting these proclamations undergo years of specialized training to master the delicate balance required. Emergency alert proclamations represent perhaps the most dramatic form of magical announcement. These are deployed during times of crisis, when dangerous magical creatures have escaped containment, when dark wizards pose imminent threats, or when natural magical disasters require immediate community response. The magic woven into emergency proclamations is designed to create an immediate sense of urgency and clarity, cutting through whatever activities might be occupying the recipient's attention to deliver critical safety information. The distribution mechanism for emergency proclamations often involves what magical engineers call cascade amplification. The initial magical pulse sent out from the issuing authority gains strength as it travels, drawing power from the magical fields it passes through and the magical signatures it encounters. This ensures that even wizards in remote locations, or those whose own magical abilities might be temporarily compromised, will still receive the urgent message with sufficient force to compel immediate attention. Ceremonial proclamations serve a different but equally important function in magical society. These announcements mark significant occasions, the appointment of new ministers, the declaration of magical holidays, or the formal recognition of exceptional service to the magical community. The magic embedded in ceremonial proclamations is designed not for urgent communication, but for creating lasting emotional resonance and community unity. Recipients often report feeling a sense of shared celebration or solemn recognition that persists for days or even weeks after receiving such announcements. The parchment used for ceremonial proclamations is typically prepared with materials that enhance their emotional impact. Phoenix feather fibers woven into the paper can create feelings of inspiration and renewal. Dragon heartstring incorporated into the magical ink might generate sensations of strength and determination. Unicorn hair used in the binding spells often produces an overall sense of peace and harmony that helps unite the magical community around shared values and experiences. Judicial proclamations announce the outcomes of major magical trials and the enforcement of significant legal decisions. These documents carry some of the most complex magic found in any type of official announcement, as they must not only inform the magical community of court decisions, but also activate the various enforcement mechanisms that ensure compliance with judicial rulings. When a wizard is sentenced to imprisonment in Azkaban, for example, the judicial proclamation announcing this decision carries embedded magic that immediately updates all relevant magical records and alerts appropriate enforcement agencies. The magic within judicial proclamations includes sophisticated verification spells that prevent forgery or unauthorized modification. Each document is tied to the magical signatures of the judges who issued the decision, creating an unbreakable chain of authenticity that can be verified by any properly trained magical law enforcement officer. This same magic often includes temporal stamps that record not just when the decision was made, but the exact magical conditions present at the time, providing additional evidence of the proclamation's legitimacy. Trade and commerce proclamations regulate magical business activities and announce changes to magical economic policies. These documents must reach not only individual wizards, but also magical businesses, banks, and trading organizations throughout the jurisdiction. The distribution magic for commercial proclamations is designed to interface with the protective wards and security systems that typically surround magical financial institutions, ensuring that important economic information can penetrate these defenses without compromising security. The complexity of commercial proclamation magic reflects the intricate nature of magical economic systems. A single proclamation announcing changes to currency exchange rates, for example, must simultaneously update the magical calculations used by Gringotts banks, inform individual account holders of how the changes might affect their finances, and adjust the various magical contracts and agreements that might be influenced by the new rates. This requires spell work that can interact with thousands of different magical systems simultaneously, while maintaining perfect accuracy in all calculations. International proclamations coordinate magical law and policy between different magical governments. These represent some of the most challenging magical documents to create, as they must be crafted to work effectively across different magical legal systems and cultural traditions. The magic embedded in international proclamations often includes automatic translation capabilities, ensuring that wizards who speak different languages can all understand the content clearly while preserving the precise legal meanings intended by the original authors. The distribution of international proclamations requires cooperation between magical governments and often involves the use of specially trained messenger services that can cross magical borders safely and efficiently. These proclamations may travel through ley line networks, be carried by international magical post services, or in cases of extreme urgency, be transmitted through direct magical communication between government officials. Educational proclamations announce changes to magical educational policies and requirements. These documents must reach not only current students and their families, but also magical educators, institutional administrators, and anyone involved in magical education at any level. The magic within educational proclamations is designed to integrate seamlessly with the existing magical infrastructure of schools and training institutions, updating curricula, modifying examination requirements, and adjusting graduation standards as needed. The timing of educational proclamations requires careful consideration of academic calendars and the natural rhythms of magical learning. Proclamations announcing major changes to magical education are typically timed to coincide with the beginning of academic terms, allowing institutions time to implement new requirements without disrupting ongoing studies. The magic within these documents often includes provisions for grandfathering existing students under previous requirements, while ensuring that new students are subject to updated standards. Health and safety proclamations address magical medical issues and public health concerns within the magical community. These announcements might warn of magical disease outbreaks, announce the development of new magical treatments, or provide updated safety guidelines for dangerous magical practices. The magic embedded in health proclamations is designed to create appropriate levels of concern without causing panic, providing clear information about risks while encouraging responsible precautionary measures. The distribution magic for health and safety proclamations often includes provisions for reaching individuals who might be particularly vulnerable to specific magical health risks. Elderly wizards, those with compromised magical abilities, or individuals working in high-risk magical professions might receive enhanced versions of these proclamations that provide additional detail and stronger motivational magic to ensure compliance with safety recommendations. Archaeological and historical proclamations announce significant magical discoveries and provide updated information about magical history and heritage sites. These documents serve both to inform the magical community about new knowledge and to coordinate preservation efforts for important magical artifacts and locations. The magic within historical proclamations often includes memory enhancement components that help recipients retain complex historical information and understand its significance within the broader context of magical heritage. Conservation proclamations address environmental concerns within the magical world, announcing new protections for magical creatures and habitats, or updating regulations on the harvesting of magical materials. These proclamations must reach not only individual wizards, but also magical businesses that might be affected by new conservation policies. The embedded magic often includes educational components that help recipients understand the ecological principles behind conservation decisions and the long-term benefits of protective measures. The enforcement mechanisms built into different types of proclamations vary considerably based on their intended purpose and the urgency of compliance required. Some proclamations carry immediate magical compulsion, making non-compliance physically difficult or impossible. Others rely on graduated enforcement, with magical consequences that increase in severity for repeated violations. The most sophisticated proclamations include adaptive enforcement that adjusts its approach based on the specific circumstances of individual cases. Quality control in proclamation creation requires teams of specialized magical legal experts who review every aspect of the document before it is issued. These experts must verify not only the accuracy of the content, but also the appropriateness of the magical components, the effectiveness of the distribution mechanisms, and the compliance requirements embedded within the proclamation. A single error in a major proclamation can have far-reaching consequences throughout the magical community. As our exploration of magical proclamations draws to a close, the weight of centuries of magical governance seems to settle around us like a comfortable blanket. These remarkable documents, carrying within their enchanted fibers the collective will and wisdom of magical society, represent one of the most sophisticated applications of magic to the challenges of organizing and protecting large communities of magical people. In this quiet moment, consider what words would you choose if you had the power to speak directly to every magical person in your community, and how might the responsibility of such far-reaching communication change the way you think about the relationship between individual choice and collective well-being? Chapter 5. The Wizarding View on Magic and Freedom. In the soft glow of candlelight that has illuminated countless philosophical debates throughout magical history, we find ourselves contemplating one of the most enduring questions that has shaped wizarding society. What does it truly mean to be free when one possesses the power to alter reality itself? Tonight, we shall explore the complex and evolving relationship between magical ability and personal liberty, examining how different wizarding cultures have approached the delicate balance between individual magical expression and collective responsibility. The philosophical foundations of magical freedom trace back to the earliest organized wizarding communities, when the first magical theorists began to grapple with questions that had no equivalent in the non-magical world. Unlike Muggles, whose concept of freedom primarily concerns external constraints and social limitations, wizards must consider the profound implications of possessing abilities that can directly impact the physical world, the minds of others, and the very fabric of reality itself. Imagine yourself sitting in the ancient library of Alexandria's magical wing, where scrolls written by the first magical philosophers still whisper their theories to those who know how to listen. These early thinkers, working in the shadow of great Muggle philosophers like Plato and Aristotle, recognized that magical ability introduced entirely new dimensions to questions of ethics, responsibility, and individual liberty. If a wizard could influence another person's thoughts with legilimency, what did consent mean? If someone could transfigure lead into gold, how should magical societies approach concepts of property and wealth? The classical school of magical philosophy, which emerged in ancient Greece and Rome, took the position that magical freedom was inherently limited by what they called the principle of harmonic responsibility. According to this view, every magical action creates ripples through the interconnected web of magical energy that surrounds all living things. True freedom, they argued, could only exist when wizards learned to exercise their abilities in ways that enhanced rather than disrupted this natural harmony. This philosophical tradition gave rise to some of the earliest magical ethical codes, documents that attempted to define appropriate uses of magical power while preserving individual liberty. The Code of Hermes Trismegistus, inscribed on emerald tablets that still exist in the deepest vaults of the Department of Mysteries, established principles that continue to influence magical law today. As above, so below. As within, so without. As in magic, so in consequence. Medieval magical philosophers, working within societies dominated by religious thought, developed different approaches to magical freedom. The scholastic tradition, led by figures like Thomas Aquinas's contemporary Alberto Magnus, argued that magical abilities were divine gifts that came with inherent moral obligations. Freedom, in this view, meant using magical power in accordance with divine will and natural law, rather than pursuing unlimited personal expression. This period saw the development of the concept of sacred stewardship, the idea that wizards held their abilities in trust for the benefit of all creation. The magical monastery schools that flourished during the High Middle Ages taught that true magical freedom could only be achieved through discipline, self-restraint, and dedication to serving others. These institutions produced some of the most accomplished healers and protectors in magical history, individuals who found profound personal liberty through voluntary limitation of their magical expression. The Renaissance brought dramatic changes to wizarding philosophy as magical thinkers began to embrace humanistic ideals and individual achievement. The emergence of figures like Leonardo da Vinci's magical contemporary, Benedetto Torino, marked a shift toward viewing magical ability as a tool for personal growth and artistic expression, rather than merely a responsibility to be managed carefully. Renaissance magical philosophers developed the theory of expansive liberty, the idea that magical freedom meant the right to explore the full potential of one's abilities, limited only by direct harm to others. This period saw an explosion of magical innovation and artistic achievement, as wizards felt liberated to experiment with new spells, create elaborate magical artworks, and push the boundaries of what was considered possible. However, this period of magical liberation also produced some of the most dangerous magical accidents and conflicts in wizarding history. The Great Fire of London in 1666, for example, was actually caused by a magical artist attempting to create a living painting using experimental fire magic. Such incidents led to increased calls for magical regulation and sparked debates about the appropriate limits of individual magical expression that continue to this day. The Enlightenment period brought systematic rational analysis to questions of magical freedom. Philosophers like Voltaire's magical correspondent, Jean-Baptiste Lumière, applied logical reasoning and empirical observation to magical ethics, arguing that magical freedom should be based on reason rather than tradition or religious authority. This period saw the development of utilitarian magical ethics, the principle that magical actions should be judged by their consequences for the greatest good of the greatest number. Enlightenment magical philosophy also introduced the concept of informed magical consent, the idea that all magical interactions between individuals should be based on full understanding and voluntary agreement. This principle fundamentally changed how wizarding societies approached everything from magical healing to romantic enchantments, establishing that true magical freedom required not just the absence of external constraints, but also the presence of genuine understanding and choice. The Industrial Revolution and its magical equivalent, the Artifice Revolution, brought new challenges to concepts of magical freedom. As magical inventors developed increasingly powerful magical devices and automated magical processes, questions arose about the impact of magical technology on individual liberty and social equality. The development of mass-produced magical items made certain forms of magic accessible to wizards who lacked natural talent, but also created new forms of magical dependency and social stratification. This period saw the emergence of technological magical philosophy, which examined how magical innovations affected individual autonomy and social freedom. Some philosophers argued that magical technology enhanced freedom by making magical abilities more widely accessible. Others contended that reliance on magical devices actually diminished true magical liberty by separating wizards from direct engagement with magical forces. The modern era has brought unprecedented complexity to questions of magical freedom. The establishment of international magical law, the development of global magical communication networks, and the increasing interaction between magical and non-magical societies have created new challenges that earlier philosophical traditions never anticipated. Contemporary magical philosophers work with concepts like multidimensional magical liberty, recognizing that freedom in magical society operates on multiple levels simultaneously. Personal magical freedom involves the right to develop and express one's magical abilities. Social magical freedom concerns the ability to participate fully in magical community life. Cultural magical freedom protects the right of different magical traditions to maintain their unique practices and beliefs. Political magical freedom ensures representation and voice in magical governance. Different wizarding cultures have developed distinctly different approaches to balancing individual magical freedom with collective responsibility. Nordic magical societies, influenced by their democratic traditions, tend to emphasize collective decision-making and consensus-based approaches to magical regulation. Their concept of magical freedom centers on the right to participate equally in community magical decisions rather than unlimited individual expression. Mediterranean magical cultures, with their emphasis on family and community ties, have developed sophisticated systems of networked magical responsibility, where individual freedom is understood within the context of extended magical family obligations. A wizard in these societies might have considerable freedom to experiment with magic, but also carries responsibility for how their magical choices affect their entire extended family network. Eastern magical philosophies approach freedom from yet another angle, emphasizing harmony between individual magical expression and natural cosmic forces. In these traditions, true magical freedom is seen as alignment with universal magical principles rather than the assertion of individual will against external constraints. This has led to magical practices that emphasize meditation, careful observation of natural magical cycles, and gradual cultivation of magical abilities in harmony with cosmic rhythms. The practical implementation of magical freedom principles varies considerably between different magical governments and institutions. Some magical ministries operate on principles of minimal intervention, regulating only those magical activities that pose clear dangers to others, while allowing maximum individual expression. Others take more active roles in shaping magical behavior through education, incentives, and cultural programming designed to encourage responsible magical use. Educational approaches to magical freedom reflect these philosophical differences. Some magical schools emphasize individual exploration and creativity, encouraging students to discover their own magical paths with minimal restriction. Others focus on discipline and careful training in established magical traditions, viewing freedom as something that emerges from mastery of fundamental principles, rather than unlimited experimentation. The question of magical freedom becomes particularly complex when considering the rights of different magical beings and creatures. House elves, goblins, centaurs, and other magical beings possess their own forms of magical ability and their own cultural traditions. How magical societies define and protect the freedom of these beings reflects deeper assumptions about the nature of consciousness, magical ability, and moral status. Recent developments in magical theory have introduced new complications to traditional concepts of magical freedom. The discovery of quantum magical effects, where magical actions can have instantaneous impacts across vast distances, has raised questions about the spatial and temporal boundaries of individual magical responsibility. If a wizard's magical choices can immediately affect events on the other side of the world, what does local magical freedom mean? Similarly, advances in magical consciousness research have revealed that individual magical signatures may be more interconnected than previously understood. Some researchers suggest that what we experience as individual magical ability may actually be expressions of a larger, unified magical field. If this is true, concepts of individual magical freedom may need fundamental reconsideration. Environmental magical philosophy has become increasingly important as wizarding societies recognize the global impact of magical activities on both magical and non-magical ecosystems. The principle of sustainable magical freedom suggests that individual magical liberty must be balanced against the need to preserve magical environments for future generations. The intersection of magical freedom with questions of privacy and mental autonomy has become particularly relevant in the modern era. Advanced legilimency techniques, magical surveillance methods, and enchanted monitoring systems raise fundamental questions about the boundaries of acceptable magical oversight. How can magical societies protect collective security while preserving individual mental freedom and privacy? International magical law has attempted to establish universal principles of magical freedom while respecting cultural differences in implementation. The International Statute of Magical Rights, ratified by most magical governments, recognizes basic principles like the right to magical education, the right to practice traditional magical culture, and the right to protection from magical abuse. However, enforcement of these principles remains challenging across different magical legal systems. As our exploration of magical freedom draws to a close, the gentle weight of these philosophical questions seems to settle around us like a well-worn cloak. The tension between individual magical expression and collective responsibility has shaped every aspect of wizarding society, from the design of magical laws to the structure of magical education, to the daily choices that every witch and wizard makes about how to use their remarkable abilities. In the quietness of this moment, reflect on this. If you possessed the power to change the world with a thought, how would you choose to define the boundaries of your own freedom, and what responsibilities would you willingly accept in exchange for the gift of magic itself? Chapter 6. The Magic of Ancient Andorra. High in the Pyrenees, where mountain peaks pierce the clouds and ancient valleys hold secrets whispered by winds that have blown across these heights for millennia, lies one of Europe's most remarkable and least known magical territories. As the evening mist rises from deep mountain valleys, let us journey to the hidden magical heritage of Andorra, a tiny principality whose isolated location has preserved magical traditions that vanished elsewhere centuries ago. The magical history of Andorra begins with geography itself. Nestled between the magical powerhouses of France and Spain, this small mountain territory occupies a unique position in the European magical landscape. The high altitude and relative isolation created natural conditions that allowed magical energy to concentrate and develop in ways impossible in more accessible regions. The thin mountain air, the presence of ancient granite formations, and the convergence of weather patterns from both Mediterranean and Atlantic sources combine to create what magical geographers call a concentrated magical microclimate. Imagine yourself climbing the narrow mountain paths that wind through Andorran valleys, feeling the subtle shift in magical energy as you ascend higher into the peaks. The air itself seems to shimmer with accumulated magical potential, gathered over countless centuries in these isolated heights. Every breath carries traces of ancient enchantments, and every stone holds memories of magical practices that predate the establishment of most European magical governments. The earliest inhabitants of magical Andorra were not wizards at all. but a unique community of magical beings known as the Pyrenees, mountain spirits who possessed the ability to shape stone and channel the natural magical energies that flowed through the granite peaks. These beings, standing roughly the height of humans, but appearing to be carved from living rock themselves, established the first permanent magical settlements in the high valleys sometime during the early Bronze Age. The Pyrenees possessed an intimate understanding of mountain magic that surpassed anything developed by human wizards. They could cause rocks to flow like water, encourage vegetation to grow in seemingly impossible conditions, and most remarkably, they could attune themselves to the stone songs, the deep magical vibrations that emanated from the granite cores of the mountains themselves. Their settlements were not built upon the landscape, but grown from it, with buildings that emerged organically from the mountainside, as if the stone itself had decided to take architectural form. Human wizards first arrived in Andorra during the late Roman period, fleeing persecution and seeking refuge in these remote mountains. The initial interactions between the refugee wizards and the native Pyrenees were cautious, but eventually blossomed into one of the most successful examples of cooperation between human and non-human magical communities in European history. The Pyrenees, recognizing that the human wizards brought knowledge and techniques that complemented their own stone-based magic, welcomed them as partners rather than invaders. This partnership led to the development of hybrid magical techniques that combined human flexibility and creativity with Pyrenees mastery of geological magic. The resulting magical tradition, known as petromancy or stone magic, became the foundation of all subsequent magical practice in Andorra. Petromantic spells drew their power directly from the granite bedrock beneath the mountains, creating magic that was incredibly stable and long-lasting but required careful attunement to the specific geological characteristics of each location. The architecture that emerged from this magical fusion represented perhaps the most sophisticated integration of magical and geological principles ever achieved. Andorran magical buildings were grown rather than constructed, with wizard-guided Pyrenees encouraging the mountain stone to form chambers, passages, and decorative elements according to carefully planned designs. These structures became living parts of the mountain itself, drawing their magical protection from the same geological forces that shaped the peaks around them. The most remarkable example of this architectural tradition is the Sanctuary of the Stone Heart, a vast underground complex that extends deep into the core of Pic de Coma Pedrosa, Andorra's highest peak. Built over a period of 3 centuries through the collaborative efforts of 7 generations of wizards and Pyrenees, the sanctuary serves as both a center of magical learning and a repository for the most important artifacts and knowledge of Andorran magical culture. The chambers of the Stone Heart Sanctuary follow the natural grain and structure of the granite, creating spaces that seem to pulse with the slow, deep rhythm of geological time. The main hall, carved from a single massive granite formation, possesses acoustics that can amplify whispered words to fill the entire space, or focus the loudest shouts into intimate private conversations. The walls themselves are inscribed with thousands of years of magical knowledge, not carved into the stone, but encouraged to emerge from within it, creating inscriptions that become more legible as magical practitioners develop greater sensitivity to stone magic. The magical practices developed in Andorra reflected both the mountain environment and the unique partnership between human and Pyrenees practitioners. Andorran magic emphasized patience, precision, and deep attunement to natural forces rather than the dramatic displays favored in many other magical traditions. Spells might take hours or even days to complete, but their effects could last for centuries with minimal maintenance. Weather magic became particularly sophisticated in Andorra, where the mountain environment created complex and often dangerous meteorological conditions. Andorran weather workers learned to read the magical signatures of approaching storms days before they arrived, and developed techniques for channeling the enormous energies of mountain thunderstorms into protective barriers that could shelter entire valleys from avalanches, floods, or hostile magical creatures. The isolation of Andorra also fostered the development of unique approaches to magical creature conservation. The high mountain environment provided refuge for several species of magical creatures that had been hunted to extinction in more accessible regions. Andoran magical naturalists became the leading experts in the care and protection of mountain dragons, crystal sprites, and the elusive wind horses that could only survive in the rarefied atmosphere of the highest peaks. The political structure of magical Andorra reflected its unique geographical and cultural position. Rather than establishing a traditional magical government, the community developed a system of consensual stewardship, where decisions were made through extended discussion between human wizards, Pyrenee elders, and representatives of the various magical creature populations that called the mountains home. This process could take weeks or months to reach decisions, but the resulting policies enjoyed universal support and proved remarkably durable over time. Trade relationships connected Andoran magical communities to the broader European magical world, despite their physical isolation. Andoran's specialties, particularly their stone-grown magical crystals, weather prediction techniques, and preserved magical creature specimens, were highly valued by magical communities throughout the continent. Traveling Andoran merchants, easily recognized by their stone-gray robes and the small granite talismans they wore for protection, became familiar figures in magical markets from Diagonale to the Boulevard Magique. The magical education system that developed in Andorra emphasized apprenticeship and direct experience over formal academic study. Young magical practitioners would spend years learning to attune themselves to the stone songs before attempting their first independent spells. This careful, methodical approach produced wizards whose magical abilities were remarkably stable and precise, though often narrower in scope than practitioners trained in more eclectic traditions. The preservation of knowledge in Andoran magical culture relied heavily on the stone inscription techniques developed through Pyrenee partnership. Important magical formulas, historical records, and cultural traditions were inscribed into granite tablets, using techniques that actually incorporated the information into the crystalline structure of the stone itself. These living inscriptions could only be read by individuals who had developed sufficient sensitivity to stone magic, providing natural protection against unauthorized access to sensitive information. Seasonal celebrations in Andoran magical culture were timed to coincide with geological rather than astronomical events. The Festival of the Deep Resonance, celebrated when seismic activity in the mountain core reached its annual peak, became the most important holiday in the magical calendar. During this celebration, the entire magical community would gather in the deepest chambers of the Stoneheart Sanctuary to listen to the mountain's song and renew their magical connection to the granite foundations of their homeland. The challenges faced by Andoran magical communities increased significantly during the modern period as external pressures threatened their traditional isolation. The development of improved transportation and communication in the non-magical world made it increasingly difficult to maintain the secrecy that had protected Andoran magical culture for centuries. The introduction of modern tourism to the Principality brought unprecedented numbers of non-magical visitors to previously remote areas. Perhaps more significantly, climate change began to alter the delicate environmental balance that had sustained Andoran magical practices. Rising temperatures affected the snow and ice formations that played crucial roles in local magical systems. Changes in precipitation patterns disrupted the careful water management techniques that had been developed over centuries to channel mountain streams through magical installations. The younger generation of Andoran magical practitioners faced difficult choices between preserving traditional practices and adapting to a rapidly changing world. Some chose to leave the mountains entirely, seeking opportunities in larger magical communities where their unique skills in stone magic and weather prediction were highly valued. Others dedicated themselves to developing new techniques that could preserve the essence of traditional practices while adapting to modern conditions. Conservation efforts in contemporary Andorra focus on protecting both the physical environment and the magical traditions that depend on it. International magical organizations have recognized the unique value of Andoran magical culture and provided support for preservation initiatives. These efforts include the establishment of protected magical zones, where traditional practices can continue undisturbed, as well as research programs aimed at documenting and preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost. The modern Pyrenea population has declined significantly from historical levels, partly due to environmental changes and partly due to the natural aging of a species that reproduces very slowly. Efforts to support the remaining Pyrenea communities have become a priority for Andoran magical conservationists, who recognize that the loss of this partnership would fundamentally alter the character of local magical culture. Contemporary magical research in Andorra has focused on understanding the scientific principles underlying traditional stone magic techniques. Magical geologists and crystallographers work to document the precise mechanisms by which Pyrenee practitioners attune themselves to granite formations, hoping to develop techniques that could be taught to human wizards and preserve these skills even if the Pyrenee population continues to decline. The integration of modern magical technology with traditional Andoran practices has produced some remarkable innovations. Magically enhanced seismic monitoring systems can now detect magical disturbances throughout the Pyrenees, providing early warning of everything from dragon migrations to dangerous magical storms. Traditional weather prediction techniques have been enhanced with modern magical instruments, creating forecasting capabilities that surpass anything available in other magical communities. As our exploration of Andoran magical heritage draws to a close, the deep silence of mountain heights seems to envelope us, carrying with it the patient wisdom of stone and the enduring strength of traditions that have weathered centuries of change. The magical culture of these isolated peaks reminds us that sometimes the most profound magical achievements emerge not from dramatic innovation, but from careful cultivation of deep understanding over many generations. In this peaceful moment, surrounded by the imagined presence of ancient granite peaks, consider what aspects of your own heritage and environment might hold hidden depths of wisdom, and how might patient observation and respectful partnership with the world around you reveal possibilities that hurried ambition could never discover. Chapter 7. The historical evolution of magical freedom. Through the corridors of time, where the echoes of great magical movements still resonate, we can trace the long and often tumultuous journey toward the magical freedoms that modern wizarding society often takes for granted. As shadows lengthen and the day's concerns fade into twilight's embrace, let us walk together through the historical tapestry of magical liberation, examining how the very concept of what it means to be free with magic has transformed across the centuries. The earliest magical societies operated under systems that would seem almost incomprehensible to modern practitioners. In the ancient magical kingdoms of Mesopotamia and the Nile Valley, magical ability was viewed not as a personal gift, but as a divine mandate that came with absolute obligations to the state and religious hierarchy. Wizards and witches were essentially magical servants, their abilities belonging to pharaohs and priest kings rather than to themselves. Picture yourself in the great magical temples of ancient Babylon, where young magical practitioners were brought as children to serve the state for their entire lives. These early magical servants wore copper collars inscribed with binding runes that prevented them from using their abilities for personal purposes. Their magic belonged to the empire, channeled through elaborate ceremonial structures designed to amplify their combined power for the benefit of rulers who often possessed little magical ability themselves. The concept of personal magical ownership began to emerge during the classical period, as Greek and Roman magical philosophers started to question whether magical ability could truly be considered separate from the individual who possessed it. The Stoic magical tradition, founded by wizards influenced by the philosophical schools of Athens, argued that magical ability was an expression of the soul itself, and therefore could not be rightfully claimed by external authorities. This philosophical shift coincided with practical changes in how magical communities organized themselves. The growth of trade and commerce created opportunities for magical practitioners to use their abilities for personal economic benefit, rather than solely in service to religious or political authorities. The first magical guilds emerged during this period, organizations that provided collective protection for wizards seeking to establish independent practices while maintaining some degree of mutual support and professional standards. The fall of the Roman Empire brought both crisis and opportunity to magical communities throughout Europe. As centralized imperial authority collapsed, local magical practitioners found themselves free from ancient obligations, but also lacking the protection and resources that imperial patronage had provided. This period saw the emergence of what historians call anarchic magical freedom, complete liberty to practice magic without external constraint, but also without any systematic protection from persecution or exploitation. The magical Dark Ages that followed were marked by widespread persecution of magical practitioners by emerging Christian authorities who viewed magic as inherently demonic. The freedom to practice magic became not a legal right, but a desperate struggle for survival. Magical communities were forced underground, developing elaborate systems of concealment and coded communication that would influence magical culture for centuries to come. During this period, the concept of magical freedom became inextricably linked with the idea of secrecy. The hidden magical communities that survived the persecutions developed strong traditions of mutual protection and collective responsibility. Individual magical freedom was understood within the context of community survival. One's right to practice magic was balanced against the obligation to protect the magical community as a whole from discovery and destruction. The medieval period saw the gradual development of more sophisticated approaches to magical freedom, as some magical practitioners found ways to integrate their abilities with the dominant Christian culture. Magical monasteries emerged where wizards and witches could practice their abilities within religious frameworks that emphasized service to God and community rather than personal aggrandizement. These institutions developed some of the first formal codes of magical ethics that attempted to define appropriate uses of magical power. The establishment of magical monasteries marked an important step in the evolution of magical freedom because they created institutional frameworks that protected magical practice while imposing moral and spiritual limitations on how magic could be used. Monks and nuns in these communities enjoyed considerable freedom to explore and develop their magical abilities, but within carefully defined boundaries that emphasized healing, protection, and spiritual development rather than material gain or personal power. The Renaissance brought revolutionary changes to concepts of magical freedom, as the rediscovery of classical texts and the emergence of humanistic philosophy challenged medieval assumptions about individual rights and capabilities. Magical practitioners began to argue that their abilities were natural gifts that should be developed and expressed for the benefit of human knowledge and artistic achievement, rather than suppressed or constrained by religious or political authorities. This period saw the establishment of the first magical academies that were independent of religious control. These institutions, founded in cities like Florence, Venice, and later Paris, provided formal education in magical theory and practice while encouraging innovation and experimentation. Students at these academies enjoyed unprecedented freedom to explore different magical traditions and develop their own approaches to spellcraft and magical research. The printing revolution had profound implications for magical freedom, as it became possible to distribute magical knowledge much more widely than ever before. The first printed magical textbooks appeared in the late 15th century, carefully disguised as works on natural philosophy or alchemy to avoid religious persecution. This democratization of magical knowledge meant that magical education was no longer limited to those who could afford private tutoring or gain admission to exclusive institutions. However, the wider distribution of magical knowledge also created new challenges and dangers. Improperly trained practitioners attempting advanced magic from printed books caused numerous accidents and disasters. The freedom to access magical knowledge had to be balanced against the need to ensure adequate training and supervision. This tension led to the development of licensing systems and professional magical organizations that attempted to regulate practice while preserving access to magical education. The age of exploration brought magical practitioners into contact with entirely different magical traditions from around the world. European wizards encountered indigenous magical practices in the Americas, Africa, and Asia, that operated under completely different assumptions about the relationship between individual magical ability and community responsibility. These encounters challenged European assumptions about the proper scope and limits of magical freedom. Indigenous magical traditions often emphasized collective rather than individual magical practice, with shamans and magical leaders serving as conduits for community magical power, rather than autonomous practitioners. The encounter with these traditions forced European magical philosophers to reconsider whether their emphasis on individual magical rights was universal, or merely a cultural preference. The colonial period saw both the suppression of indigenous magical traditions and the gradual incorporation of some non-European magical techniques into European practice. This cultural mixing created hybrid magical traditions that combined European concepts of individual magical freedom with indigenous approaches to collective magical responsibility. These hybrid traditions often produced magical practices that were both more powerful and more ethically sophisticated than either parent tradition alone. The scientific revolution brought new analytical approaches to questions of magical freedom, as magical researchers began to study the effects of different magical policies on community welfare and individual development. Empirical studies suggested that magical communities with greater individual freedom tended to produce more magical innovation and higher overall magical ability, but also experienced more magical accidents and ethical violations. These findings led to the development of what became known as regulated libertarian approaches to magical governance. These systems attempted to maximize individual magical freedom while implementing targeted regulations designed to prevent the most serious forms of magical abuse. The challenge lay in designing regulatory systems that could protect public safety without stifling magical creativity and development. The Enlightenment period brought systematic rational analysis to questions of magical rights and freedoms. Magical philosophers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau's magical contemporary, Marie Antoinette de Lumière, developed theories of magical social contracts that attempted to define the legitimate basis of magical authority and the proper limits of magical regulation. These Enlightenment theories had profound practical implications when they were applied during the magical revolutions that swept through Europe in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The French Magical Revolution of 1789 abolished the system of magical nobility and established the principle that magical ability belonged to the individual rather than being held in trust for hereditary rulers. The American magical colonies developed their own approaches to magical freedom, influenced by both European Enlightenment thought and their encounters with indigenous magical traditions. The Magical Bill of Rights, incorporated into the hidden magical constitution that governed American magical communities, established some of the most expansive protections for individual magical practice in the world at that time. The Industrial Revolution created new challenges for magical freedom, as the development of magical technology made it possible for individuals to access magical power far beyond their natural abilities. Magically enhanced machines and mass-produced magical items raised questions about whether traditional concepts of individual magical freedom were adequate for societies where magical power could be manufactured and distributed, rather than simply inherited or learned. The rise of mass magical education during the 19th century democratized magical knowledge and ability in unprecedented ways. Public magical schools made basic magical training available to all children with magical ability regardless of their family's economic status or social position. This educational revolution greatly expanded the number of people who could exercise meaningful magical freedom, but also created new challenges in managing the social implications of widespread magical ability. The two great magical wars of the 20th century tested the limits of magical freedom, as magical governments implemented unprecedented restrictions on individual magical practice in the name of collective security. Emergency magical regulations limited travel, restricted certain types of spell casting, and subjected magical practitioners to extensive monitoring and registration requirements. The aftermath of these conflicts brought renewed attention to questions of magical freedom, as the magical community grappled with the legacy of wartime restrictions and the need to rebuild magical society on more just and sustainable foundations. The establishment of international magical human rights organizations marked a new phase in the evolution of magical freedom, with formal recognition that certain magical rights were universal and should be protected regardless of local magical law or custom. Contemporary debates about magical freedom focus on new challenges created by globalization, technological advancement, and environmental change. The development of global magical communication networks has made it possible for magical practices and ideas to spread rapidly across cultural and national boundaries, creating both opportunities for expanded magical freedom and new forms of magical conflict and exploitation. Environmental degradation and climate change have created new constraints on magical practice as traditional magical resources become scarce and magical ecosystems face unprecedented threats. Some magical communities have implemented restrictions on certain types of magic in order to preserve magical environments for future generations, raising questions about whether environmental protection justifies limitations on individual magical freedom. The emergence of artificial magical intelligence and magically enhanced non-human consciousness has challenged traditional assumptions about who or what should be considered to possess magical rights. These developments have forced magical legal systems to expand their concepts of magical freedom beyond human wizards to include other forms of magical consciousness. As our journey through the historical evolution of magical freedom draws to a close, the accumulated wisdom of centuries seems to settle around us like layers of sediment in an ancient riverbed. Each generation of magical practitioners has faced the fundamental challenge of balancing individual magical expression with collective responsibility, and each has contributed insights that continue to shape our understanding of what magical freedom truly means. In this quiet moment of reflection, consider: how might the struggles and achievements of past magical communities inform your own understanding of the freedoms you exercise today, and what responsibilities might you willingly accept to ensure that future generations inherit an even more just and liberated magical world? Chapter 8. The Properties of Magical Silt. In the gentle twilight where water meets land, and ancient rivers whisper their secrets to those who know how to listen, we find ourselves drawn to examine one of nature's most humble yet extraordinary magical substances. Tonight, as the imagined sound of slow-moving water carries with it the accumulated wisdom of distant mountains and forgotten valleys, let us explore the remarkable properties of magical silt, that fine sediment which carries within its particles the concentrated essence of entire watersheds. The formation of magical silt begins far upstream from where it eventually settles, in the high places where mountain streams first gather magical energy from ancient stone and primeval forests. Each particle of silt carries with it a complete magical history, the signature of the granite peaks where it was first weathered free, the essence of the magical plants whose roots it nourished during its journey, and the accumulated power of every magical spring and confluent stream that contributed to its gradual downstream migration. Imagine yourself kneeling beside a slow-moving river during the quiet hour before dawn, when the water moves with such gentle purpose that every grain of sediment becomes visible in the crystal-clear current. Reach down and let the fine particles flow between your fingers, feeling not just their physical texture, but the subtle magical vibration that emanates from each microscopic fragment. This is magical silt in its purest form, matter that has been transformed by its long journey through magical landscapes into something far more valuable than the simple clay and sand from which it originated. The magical properties of silt arise from a complex process that magical geologists call progressive magical saturation. As water carries sediment particles downstream, each magical field the particles pass through leaves its own distinctive imprint on their crystalline structure. A grain of quartz that began its journey in a magically neutral mountain peak might accumulate healing properties as it passes through an enchanted grove, protective qualities as it flows past ancient standing stones, and enhancement characteristics as it mingles with waters from other magically active sources. The size of silt particles, smaller than sand but larger than clay, creates unique magical properties that distinguish it from other forms of sediment. These particles are large enough to maintain stable magical charges over extended periods, yet small enough to achieve intimate contact with magical solutions and preparations. This combination makes magical silt an ideal medium for storing and transferring magical energy in controlled applications. Different types of magical silt develop different characteristics based on their origins and the magical environments through which they have passed. Granite silt, weathered from magical mountain peaks, typically exhibits strong protective and stability-enhancing properties. Its particles maintain their magical charges for decades, or even centuries with minimal degradation, making it invaluable for permanent magical installations and long-term spell work. Limestone silt, derived from ancient seabeds that may themselves contain fossilized magical creatures, tends to develop properties related to purification and transformation. This type of silt has been prized since ancient times for its ability to cleanse magical contamination and neutralize harmful enchantments. Limestone silt formations often serve as natural magical filters, slowly purifying magical energy as it passes through underground aquifers and cave systems. Volcanic silt possesses perhaps the most dramatic magical properties, having been created through the violent magical processes that accompany volcanic eruptions. The intense magical fields generated during volcanic activity fuse magical energy directly into the crystalline structure of ash particles, creating silt with remarkable power amplification properties. However, volcanic magical silt requires careful handling, as its high energy content can overwhelm less experienced practitioners or interfere with delicate magical work. The seasonal variations in magical silt properties add another layer of complexity to its use in magical applications. Spring silt, carried by snowmelt and seasonal floods, tends to possess renewal and growth-enhancing properties that make it particularly valuable for magical agriculture and healing preparations. The fresh magical energy accumulated during winter dormancy is released as temperatures rise and magical activity increases throughout the watershed. Summer silt develops different characteristics as slower water movement allows for more concentrated magical saturation. The extended contact time between sediment particles and magical energy sources creates silt with more intense but more specialized properties. Summer silt is often preferred for complex potion making and advanced spell work that requires precisely controlled magical enhancement. Autumn silt carries the accumulated magical wisdom of the growing season, having passed through watersheds at their peak magical productivity. This type of silt often exhibits properties related to preservation and storage, making it ideal for magical preparations intended for long-term use. The natural magical cycles of decay and renewal that occur during autumn create silt particles with unique temporal magical properties. Winter silt, though less common due to reduced water flow, possesses remarkable stability and preservation characteristics. The slow, cold conditions under which winter silt forms allow for unusually complete magical saturation, creating particles that can maintain their properties almost indefinitely under proper storage conditions. The harvesting of magical silt requires considerable expertise and careful timing. Professional silt harvesters, known as sediment workers, develop the ability to sense the magical quality of silt deposits through subtle variations in color, texture, and magical emanation. The best magical silt often comes from remote locations where natural magical processes have operated undisturbed for centuries or millennia. Harvesting techniques must be carefully calibrated to preserve the magical properties of the silt while extracting it from its natural environment. Mechanical harvesting methods can disrupt the delicate magical structures within silt particles, reducing their effectiveness or altering their properties in unpredictable ways. Traditional hand harvesting techniques, though labor-intensive, preserve the integrity of the magical charges and allow harvesters to select only the highest quality material. The processing and preparation of magical silt for use in potions and spell work involves several specialized techniques developed over centuries of experimentation. Raw silt must be carefully cleaned to remove organic debris and other contaminants that might interfere with its magical properties. This cleaning process typically involves gentle rinsing with magically neutral water, followed by careful drying under controlled conditions. Grading and sorting of magical silt requires experts who can distinguish between particles with different magical properties, even when they appear physically identical. Master silt workers develop the ability to sense minute differences in magical charge and composition, allowing them to create precisely calibrated mixtures for specific applications. The finest grades of magical silt command premium prices in magical markets due to the skill and time required for their preparation. Storage of magical silt presents unique challenges due to its sensitivity to environmental magical fields. Silt particles can slowly lose their magical properties if exposed to inappropriate conditions, or worse, can absorb contamination from nearby magical sources. Professional storage facilities use magically shielded containers made from materials that neither absorb nor emit magical energy, creating neutral environments where silt can maintain its properties indefinitely. The applications of magical silt in potion making are numerous and varied. Its ability to absorb, store, and gradually release magical energy makes it invaluable as a stabilizing agent in complex potions that might otherwise prove unstable or unpredictable. Magical silt can also serve as a carrier medium for other magical ingredients, allowing their properties to be distributed evenly throughout a preparation. In spell work, magical silt functions as both a magical focus and an energy reservoir. Wizards working large-scale or long-duration enchantments often incorporate magical silt into their casting circles to provide sustained magical energy throughout extended rituals. The gradual release of energy from silt particles helps maintain steady magical fields even when the caster's own energy becomes depleted. Magical silt plays a crucial role in the cultivation of magical plants and the enhancement of magical agricultural practices. When incorporated into soil, magical silt particles slowly release their stored energy, providing a sustained source of magical enhancement for growing plants. Different types of magical silt can be selected to encourage specific plant characteristics, healing properties, enhanced magical potency, or improved resistance to magical pests and diseases. The construction and maintenance of magical buildings often relies on magical silt as both a structural component and a source of ongoing magical enhancement. Silt-enhanced mortar and concrete can maintain protective enchantments for decades with minimal maintenance. The slow, steady release of magical energy from silt particles helps maintain the magical fields that protect buildings from both physical damage and magical attack. Research into the properties of magical silt has revealed fascinating insights into the fundamental nature of magical energy transfer and storage. Studies have shown that silt particles can maintain quantum magical entanglement with their original sources even after traveling hundreds of miles downstream. This phenomenon suggests that magical silt might serve as a kind of magical memory, preserving information about the magical environments through which it has passed. Recent developments in magical microscopy have allowed researchers to examine the internal structure of individual silt particles, revealing complex crystalline formations that store magical energy in precise geometric patterns. These discoveries have led to new techniques for enhancing the magical properties of silt through controlled exposure to specific magical fields and frequencies. Environmental concerns about the sustainability of magical silt harvesting have become increasingly important as demand for high-quality silt continues to grow, while suitable natural sources become more scarce. Magical conservation organizations work to protect the watersheds and magical environments that produce the finest quality silt, recognizing that these natural magical processes cannot be easily replicated or accelerated. Artificial production of magical silt represents an active area of research, with magical engineers attempting to recreate the natural processes that create high-quality magical sediment. While some progress has been made in producing synthetic silt with basic magical properties, artificially created materials still lack the complexity and stability of naturally formed magical silt. Quality control in the magical silt industry requires sophisticated testing procedures to verify the magical properties and purity of harvested materials. Professional graders use a combination of traditional sensory evaluation and modern magical analysis techniques to assess silt quality. The most valuable silt receives detailed documentation of its origin, processing history and magical characteristics, creating a provenance record that helps ensure appropriate application. International trade in magical silt involves complex regulations designed to prevent the depletion of valuable natural magical resources, while ensuring that magical communities have access to the materials they need for essential magical practices. Some countries have restricted the export of their finest magical silt, leading to the development of strategic magical material reserves and international agreements governing the trade in essential magical substances. As our exploration of magical silt draws to a close, the gentle murmur of flowing water seems to carry with it the whispered wisdom of countless particles, each one a tiny repository of magical knowledge gathered during its long journey from mountain peak to river delta. These humble granules remind us that magic often resides not in grand gestures or dramatic displays, but in the patient accumulation of small influences over vast expanses of time and space. In this quiet moment, consider what seemingly insignificant elements in your own magical practice might be silently gathering power and wisdom, and how might recognizing their hidden value transform your understanding of the magical world that surrounds you. Chapter 9. The Traditional Wizarding Freedom Rituals. In the sacred spaces where generations of magical practitioners have gathered to mark the most significant transitions of life, ancient ceremonies continue to echo with the power of liberation and transformation. As candles flicker in the gentle evening breeze and the scent of ceremonial herbs fills the air around us, let us witness the profound beauty of traditional wizarding freedom rituals, those timeless celebrations that mark a magical person's journey from dependence to autonomy, from potential to actualized power. The origins of freedom rituals stretch back to the earliest organized magical communities, emerging from the fundamental recognition that magical ability carries with it both extraordinary opportunity and profound responsibility. Unlike non-magical coming-of-age ceremonies that primarily acknowledge social maturity, wizarding freedom rituals serve the additional purpose of formally recognizing a young person's readiness to exercise magical power without supervision or constraint. Imagine yourself standing in a moonlit grove where oak trees, older than memory, form a natural cathedral around a clearing consecrated by centuries of magical ceremony. The air itself seems to pulse with accumulated magical energy from countless freedom rituals performed in this sacred space. Tonight, as every full moon for over 1,000 years, young wizards and witches gather with their families and mentors to participate in one of the most meaningful celebrations in magical culture. The most widespread of these ceremonies is the ritual of the unbound wand, practiced with variations throughout the magical communities of Europe and North America. This ceremony typically takes place when a young magical practitioner reaches the age of 17, though some traditions tie the timing to demonstrated magical competence rather than chronological age. The ritual symbolically removes the magical restrictions that have guided and protected the young person throughout their magical education. The preparation for an unbound wand ceremony begins weeks before the actual ritual, as the candidate undertakes a period of reflection and demonstration designed to prove their readiness for magical independence. This preparation phase, known as the season of proving, requires the young wizard or witch to complete a series of challenges that test not only their magical abilities, but also their judgment, compassion, and understanding of the responsibilities that accompany magical freedom. The challenges of the season of proving vary between different magical traditions, but typically include magical tasks that require the candidate to demonstrate mastery over their magical abilities, ethical scenarios that test their moral reasoning, and service projects that connect them to their magical community. Some traditions require candidates to spend time in magical wilderness areas, learning to survive using only their magical abilities, while developing a deeper connection to the natural magical forces that will support their future practice. The actual unbound wand ceremony takes place in the presence of family, friends, and community elders who serve as witnesses to the transformation taking place. The ritual begins at sunset with the candidate entering the ceremonial space. While wearing simple white robes, that symbolize their current state of magical innocence and dependence. Their wand, carried separately by their primary magical mentor, represents the power they are about to claim as their own. The ceremony proceeds through several distinct phases, each rich with symbolic meaning and magical significance. The first phase, called the Acknowledgement of Origins, invites the candidate to formally recognize the sources of their magical education and the debt they owe to those who have guided their development. This portion of the ceremony serves to connect the emerging magical adult to the larger community and tradition of which they are becoming a full member. During the second phase, the Demonstration of Readiness, the candidate performs a series of magical demonstrations that showcase their competence and control. These demonstrations are not competitive displays, but rather quiet affirmations of the candidate's ability to channel magical energy safely and effectively. The spells chosen for this portion of the ceremony typically emphasize healing, protection, and creation rather than power or dominance. The third phase represents the emotional and spiritual heart of the ceremony, known as the Binding of Choice. This portion requires the candidate to make formal commitments about how they intend to use their magical freedom. These are not legal obligations but personal vows that help crystallize the young person's understanding of the ethical framework that will guide their magical practice throughout their adult life. The commitments made during the Binding of Choice typically address three fundamental areas: respect for non-magical beings and the natural world, responsible use of magical power in relationships with other magical practitioners, and dedication to using magical abilities for constructive rather than destructive purposes. The specific wording of these commitments varies based on individual conscience and magical tradition, but their substance remains remarkably consistent across different cultural contexts. The climax of the Unbound Wand ceremony occurs when the candidate's mentor formally presents them with their wand, speaking the traditional words, "By your choice and our witness, by your preparation and your promise, receive now the tool of your magical will, and with it, the freedom to shape your destiny according to wisdom and compassion." As the candidate grasps their wand, spectators often report sensing a subtle shift in the magical atmosphere, as if the universe itself acknowledges the transformation taking place. The ceremony concludes with the Circle of Welcome, in which all present join hands around the newly recognized magical adult and collectively channel positive energy toward their future endeavors. This group magical working creates a supportive network of magical connection that the new adult can draw upon throughout their life during times of difficulty or uncertainty. Different magical cultures have developed their own variations on the basic freedom ritual structure, each reflecting unique cultural values and magical traditions. The Celtic tradition includes a phase called the Blessing of the Elements, where the candidate demonstrates their connection to earth, air, fire, and water through specific magical workings that honor each elemental force. This portion of the ceremony emphasizes the candidate's role as a steward of natural magical forces, rather than their master. Germanic magical traditions incorporate a trial of wisdom component where the candidate must solve a series of magical puzzles or riddles that test their understanding of magical theory and their ability to apply knowledge creatively to novel situations. This intellectual component reflects the Germanic emphasis on scholarly magical practice and the importance of understanding the principles underlying magical phenomena. Mediterranean magical cultures often include elaborate feast components in their freedom ceremonies, with each dish prepared using magical techniques and ingredients that symbolize different aspects of adult magical life. The sharing of this magical feast creates bonds between the new adult and their community, while demonstrating the integration of magic into daily life, rather than its separation into formal ritual contexts. Native American magical traditions typically include vision quest elements, where the candidate spends time alone in natural magical environments, seeking guidance from spiritual forces and developing personal relationships with magical creatures and natural phenomena. These solo periods of reflection and magical communion help establish the candidate's individual magical identity while connecting them to the larger web of magical life. Asian magical traditions often emphasize the candidate's relationship to ancestral magical wisdom, with ceremonies that include formal recognition of the magical knowledge passed down through family lines and explicit commitments to preserving and transmitting this knowledge to future generations. These traditions view magical freedom not as liberation from the past, but as acceptance of responsibility for continuing ancient magical lineages. The timing of freedom rituals varies significantly between different magical traditions and geographical regions. Some communities celebrate these ceremonies at specific times of the year that correspond to natural magical cycles, the summer solstice for traditions that emphasize growth and expansion, the autumn equinox for those focused on balance and maturity, or the winter solstice for traditions that view magical adulthood as a time of deep introspection and inner development. Other communities tie the timing of freedom ceremonies to astronomical events that hold particular significance in their magical cosmology. Ceremonies conducted during eclipses are believed to carry extra transformative power, while those performed during specific planetary alignments may enhance particular aspects of the candidate's future magical development. Modern freedom rituals have evolved to address contemporary challenges while preserving their essential spiritual and community functions. Many modern ceremonies include explicit commitments to environmental protection and sustainable magical practice, reflecting growing awareness of the impact that magical activities can have on natural ecosystems and magical creature populations. Some contemporary magical communities have developed group freedom ceremonies where multiple candidates undergo the ritual together, creating peer support networks and emphasizing the collaborative rather than individual aspects of magical practice. These group ceremonies often include cooperative magical workings where candidates must combine their abilities to achieve shared objectives, preparing them for the teamwork and mutual dependence that characterize many forms of professional magical practice. The integration of technology into modern magical life has led some communities to incorporate elements addressing responsible use of magical technology and the ethical implications of enhanced magical abilities. These modern additions to traditional ceremonies help prepare young magical practitioners for a world where magical and technological capabilities are increasingly intertwined. Conservation of traditional ceremony knowledge has become an important concern, as some magical communities face declining populations and the gradual loss of traditional cultural knowledge. Efforts to document and preserve freedom ritual traditions often involve collaboration between elder practitioners who possess traditional knowledge and younger magical anthropologists who can help ensure that important ceremonial practices are recorded and transmitted to future generations. The psychological and spiritual effects of freedom rituals extend far beyond the immediate ceremony itself. Research by magical psychologists has documented significant positive effects on mental health, self-confidence, and community integration among young people who participate in traditional freedom ceremonies compared to those who do not. The combination of community recognition, personal commitment, and spiritual transformation appears to provide a strong foundation for healthy magical development throughout adult life. The legal recognition of freedom ceremonies varies between different magical jurisdictions, with some governments formally acknowledging completion of traditional ceremonies as equivalent to other forms of magical certification. This legal recognition helps preserve the cultural significance of these traditions, while ensuring that young people who participate in them receive appropriate acknowledgement of their magical maturity. International variations in freedom ritual practices reflect the rich diversity of magical cultures around the world, while highlighting common themes that appear to be universal aspects of human magical development. The widespread occurrence of similar ceremonial elements across cultures that had no historical contact suggests that freedom rituals address fundamental psychological and spiritual needs associated with the development of magical ability. As our exploration of traditional wizarding freedom rituals draws to a close, the imagined sound of distant celebration seems to carry on the evening air, bringing with it the joy and solemnity of countless young people taking their first steps into magical adulthood. These ancient ceremonies remind us that true freedom is not simply the absence of constraint, but the presence of wisdom, compassion, and community connection. In this peaceful moment, surrounded by the spiritual energy of generations of magical celebration. Consider what moments in your own life have marked genuine transitions toward greater freedom and responsibility, and how might honoring these transformations with ritual and ceremony deepen your understanding of the sacred nature of personal growth. Chapter 10. The Magical Theory of Liberating Magic. In the quiet depths of magical study, where ancient texts whisper their secrets to those patient enough to listen, we encounter one of the most profound and complex branches of magical theory ever developed. As the gentle rustle of turning pages echoes through imagined libraries filled with centuries of accumulated wisdom, let us delve into the intricate magical theory of liberating magic. Those spells and enchantments designed not to bind or control, but to break constraints and restore the natural freedom of magical beings. The theoretical foundations of liberating magic rest upon a fundamental principle that distinguishes it from all other branches of magical practice. While most magic seeks to impose structure, create constraints, or channel forces in specific directions, liberating magic works by removing artificial limitations and allowing natural magical forces to resume their intended patterns. This conceptual framework requires practitioners to develop a deep understanding of what constitutes natural magical state versus artificially imposed magical constraint. Picture yourself in the study of a master magical theorist, surrounded by floating diagrams that illustrate the complex mathematical relationships underlying liberating magic. These ethereal equations, written in glowing symbols that shift and change as they demonstrate different theoretical principles, reveal the elegant simplicity that underlies what appears to be one of the most challenging forms of magic to master. The first principle of liberating magic theory states that all magical constraints create what theorists call resonance tensions within the fundamental magical field that surrounds all living things. These tensions manifest as distortions in the natural flow of magical energy, creating patterns that can be detected and analyzed by sufficiently skilled practitioners. Liberating magic works by identifying these distortion patterns and applying precisely calibrated counter-resonances that neutralize the artificial constraints without disrupting the underlying natural magical processes. The challenge of liberating magic lies in the extraordinary precision required to distinguish between artificial constraints that should be removed and natural limitations that serve important protective or developmental purposes. A binding curse that prevents a wizard from speaking might create magical distortions very similar to those produced by natural shyness or learned caution. The liberating magic practitioner must be able to sense the subtle differences that distinguish harmful magical constraint from beneficial natural reserve. This diagnostic aspect of liberating magic requires years of study and practice to master. Students begin by learning to perceive the basic magical signatures associated with different types of constraints. Physical binding spells create one type of resonance pattern, mental compulsions produce another, and emotional manipulations generate entirely different forms of magical distortion. Advanced practitioners develop the ability to distinguish between dozens of different constraint types simply by observing the way they affect the natural magical field. The theoretical framework for understanding magical constraints draws heavily from the work of Aristotle Magicus, a brilliant magical theorist of the 13th century, who developed the first systematic classification of magical limitations. His treatise De Vinculis Magicus established the fundamental categories that continue to organize liberating magic theory today: physical constraints that limit bodily movement or function, mental constraints that restrict thought or memory, emotional constraints that manipulate feelings or desires, and spiritual constraints that interfere with the connection between individual consciousness and universal magical forces. Physical magical constraints represent the simplest category for liberating magic to address, as they typically create the most obvious distortions in the natural magical field. Binding spells, paralysis curses, and transformation locks all leave clear magical signatures that can be detected and analyzed relatively easily. The theoretical challenge with physical constraints lies not in identification, but in developing counterspells that can remove the constraint without causing additional harm to the affected individual. The mathematics of physical liberation spells involve complex calculations that must account for the specific magical forces used to create the original constraint, the length of time the constraint has been in place, and the individual magical characteristics of the person affected. A binding spell that has been active for years may have created secondary magical adaptations that must be addressed gradually to prevent magical shock or injury. Mental magical constraints present far greater theoretical challenges because they often integrate themselves into the natural thought processes of their targets. Memory modification spells, for example, don't simply block access to specific memories. They often create false memories to fill the gaps and modify associated thought patterns to maintain consistency with the altered mental landscape. Liberating magic aimed at mental constraints must carefully unravel these complex modifications while preserving the integrity of genuine memories and natural thought processes. The theoretical framework for understanding mental liberation draws from both magical theory and natural philosophy, incorporating insights about how memory, consciousness, and identity function in both magical and non-magical beings. This interdisciplinary approach has led to significant advances in magical psychology and has contributed to the development of more effective treatments for various forms of magical mental trauma. Emotional magical constraints represent perhaps the most delicate area of liberating magic theory, as the boundary between artificial manipulation and natural emotional development is often extremely subtle. Love potions, hatred curses, and fear enchantments all work by amplifying or suppressing natural emotional responses, making it difficult to determine where artificial influence ends and genuine feeling begins. The theoretical principles governing emotional liberation require practitioners to develop deep understanding of natural emotional processes and the ways that magical intervention can distort these processes. This understanding draws from centuries of observation and study by magical healers, philosophers, and researchers who have documented the complex relationships between magical intervention and emotional well-being. Spiritual magical constraints affect the deepest levels of magical being, interfering with the fundamental connection between individual consciousness and the universal magical forces that sustain all magical life. These constraints, often created by the most powerful and dangerous forms of dark magic, can cause gradual deterioration of magical ability and eventual loss of magical connection entirely. The theoretical challenge of spiritual liberation lies in understanding the nature of the connection between individual and universal magical forces. This connection, which magical theorists call the anima magicae, appears to operate according to principles that transcend ordinary magical law and may involve aspects of reality that magical science is only beginning to understand. Recent developments in quantum magical theory have provided new insights into the mechanisms underlying spiritual magical constraints. Research suggests that these constraints may work by creating interference patterns in the quantum magical field that connects all magical beings, disrupting the natural harmonic resonance that maintains healthy magical function. The ethics of liberating magic present complex theoretical and practical challenges that have engaged magical philosophers for centuries. While the goal of removing harmful constraints appears straightforward, the practical application of liberating magic often involves difficult questions about consent, autonomy, and the right to intervene in another being's magical condition. Some magical constraints are imposed by legitimate magical authorities as punishment for criminal behavior or protection for dangerous individuals. Liberating magic practitioners must consider whether removing these constraints serves justice and public safety. Other constraints may have been accepted voluntarily by individuals seeking protection from their own magical abilities or emotional states. The theoretical framework for magical consent in liberating magic contexts requires careful consideration of the mental state and decision-making capacity of the constrained individual. Someone under the influence of powerful mental constraints may not be capable of giving informed consent for their removal, yet their constrained state prevents them from making free choices about their own condition. Contemporary magical ethicists have developed the principle of presumptive liberation, which suggests that in cases where consent cannot be clearly established, there should be a presumption in favor of removing artificial magical constraints while taking appropriate precautions to prevent harm. This principle attempts to balance respect for individual autonomy with recognition that magical constraints can fundamentally compromise a person's ability to make free choices. The practical application of liberating magic theory requires extensive training in both theoretical principles and hands-on magical techniques. Students typically spend years learning to perceive and analyze different types of magical constraints before attempting their first liberation spells. The consequences of error in liberating magic can be severe, potentially causing permanent magical damage or creating new forms of magical trauma. Advanced training in liberating magic often involves supervised practice with volunteer subjects who have agreed to temporary magical constraints for educational purposes. These practice sessions allow students to experience the full range of constraint types and develop their diagnostic and liberation skills in controlled environments where mistakes can be safely corrected. The mathematical foundations of liberating magic theory involve some of the most complex calculations in all of magical practice. Liberation spells must be precisely calibrated to match the specific magical signatures of the constraints they target, requiring real-time analysis and adjustment as the liberation process unfolds. Master practitioners often describe this process as similar to performing magical surgery, requiring steady concentration and precise control throughout extended procedures. Research into liberating magic continues to advance our understanding of fundamental magical principles. Studies of constraint and liberation mechanisms have provided insights into the nature of magical bonding, the relationship between consciousness and magical ability, and the ways that magical trauma affects long-term magical development. International cooperation in liberating magic research has become increasingly important as magical communities recognize that many forms of magical constraint transcend national boundaries. Dark wizards who specialize in creating powerful magical constraints often operate across multiple jurisdictions, requiring coordinated response from liberation specialists trained in different magical traditions. The training of liberating magic specialists has become a priority for magical governments and international organizations concerned with magical human rights. These specialists serve not only as healers for victims of magical abuse, but also as researchers advancing our understanding of magical freedom and constraint. Conservation of traditional liberating magic knowledge has become crucial as some ancient techniques risk being lost due to the dangerous nature of the training required to master them. Efforts to document and preserve this knowledge often involve collaboration between elderly masters and younger practitioners willing to undertake the risks associated with learning these powerful techniques. The future development of liberating magic theory depends partly on advances in related fields such as magical psychology, quantum magical physics, and magical consciousness research. These interdisciplinary connections suggest that liberating magic may eventually contribute to fundamental breakthroughs in our understanding of consciousness, identity, and the nature of magical reality itself. As our exploration of liberating magic theory draws to a close, the profound complexity of these magical principles seems to settle around us like layers of accumulated wisdom. The pursuit of freedom through magic represents one of the highest aspirations of magical practice, requiring not only technical mastery, but also deep wisdom about the nature of constraint and liberation in all their forms. In this quiet moment of reflection, consider what limitations in your own life might be artificial constraints rather than natural boundaries, and how might understanding the difference between helpful structure and harmful restriction transform your approach to both magical and everyday challenges. Chapter 11. The Ancient Magic of Moldovan Wizards. Between the rolling hills of the Carpathian foothills and the fertile plains that stretch toward the Black Sea, a magical tradition has flourished in quiet isolation for over 2 millennia, preserved by generations of practitioners who understood that the greatest magic often grows in the spaces between larger powers. As the gentle evening breeze carries the scent of wild flowers and rich earth through our imagined journey, let us discover the remarkable magical heritage of Moldovan wizards, whose earth-based practices have created some of the most enduring and harmonious magical communities in Eastern Europe. The magical traditions of Moldova emerged from the unique geographical position of this region, situated at the crossroads between the great magical centers of Central Europe and the ancient mystical traditions of the Byzantine Empire. The land itself, rich with fertile soil deposited by countless generations of seasonal floods, created ideal conditions for the development of agricultural magic and earth-based magical practices that would define Moldovan magical culture for centuries to come. Imagine yourself walking through the terraced vineyards that cascade down the gentle slopes of Moldovan hills, where each vine has been tended not only with agricultural skill, but with magical techniques passed down through family lines for dozens of generations. The soil beneath your feet pulses with accumulated magical energy, carefully cultivated and concentrated through centuries of deliberate magical practice. Here, magic and agriculture are not separate pursuits, but different aspects of a single integrated way of life. The earliest Moldovan magical practitioners were the Dacian earthworkers, members of the ancient Thracian magical tradition, who settled in this region during the first centuries of the Common Era. These early practitioners brought with them sophisticated knowledge of earth magic and agricultural enchantment, but they adapted their techniques to the specific characteristics of Moldovan soil and climate, gradually developing entirely new forms of magical practice. The Dacian earthworkers understood that different types of soil possessed different magical properties and potentials. The black earth of the Central Plains, rich with organic matter accumulated over millennia, proved ideal for growth and fertility magic. The clay-rich soils of the river valleys held water and magical energy for extended periods, making them perfect for preservation and storage magic. The sandy soils of the southern regions allowed magical energy to flow freely, creating ideal conditions for transformation and change magic. This understanding of soil-based magic led to the development of what became known as the Moldovan method, a comprehensive system of magical practice that worked with rather than against natural geological and agricultural processes. Moldovan wizards learned to enhance the natural magical properties of soil through careful cultivation, creating magical fields that could sustain enchantments for decades or even centuries with minimal intervention. The agricultural focus of Moldovan magic reflected the practical needs of a people whose survival depended on successful farming, but it also embodied a philosophical approach that emphasized harmony between magical practice and natural cycles. Moldovan wizards developed an extensive calendar of magical activities, timed to coincide with planting, growing, and harvesting seasons, ensuring that their magical work supported rather than interfered with agricultural success. The integration of viticulture into Moldovan magical practice created some of the most sophisticated fermentation magic ever developed. Moldovan wine wizards learned to guide and enhance the natural fermentation process, using magical techniques that could influence everything from the flavor profile of the finished wine to its magical properties. The most skilled practitioners could create wines that possessed specific magical effects, healing properties, enhanced magical perception, or protection against various forms of magical interference. The cellars where these magical wines were aged became centers of magical learning and community gathering. Deep underground chambers, carved into the natural limestone formations that underlay much of the region, provided stable temperatures and magical conditions ideal for both wine aging and magical study. These cave systems, expanded and enhanced over generations, eventually developed into vast underground networks that connected Moldovan magical communities across hundreds of miles. The magical practices developed in these underground environments took advantage of the unique properties of subterranean magical fields. Earth magic worked differently underground, where practitioners could draw directly from the deep geological forces that shaped the land itself. Cave magic, as it came to be known, allowed for extremely powerful and stable enchantments, but required practitioners to develop entirely different techniques for sensing and channeling magical energy. The social structure of Moldovan magical communities reflected their agricultural roots, and their emphasis on long-term thinking and community cooperation. Extended family groups, often spanning 4 or 5 generations, work together to maintain magical agricultural operations that might take decades to fully establish and could continue producing enhanced crops for centuries once properly developed. These family-based magical operations were organized around the starost system, where the eldest and most experienced magical practitioner in each family served as both technical leader and spiritual guide for the entire group. The starost was responsible not only for making decisions about magical agricultural techniques, but also for preserving family magical knowledge and ensuring its transmission to younger generations. The preservation of magical knowledge in Moldovan culture relied heavily on oral tradition and practical demonstration, rather than written texts. Magical techniques were embedded in songs, stories, and ritual practices that could be performed and remembered even by family members who possessed little formal education. This approach to knowledge preservation proved remarkably resilient, allowing Moldovan magical traditions to survive political upheavals and foreign occupations that might have destroyed more formally organized magical institutions. The magical calendar that governed Moldovan magical practice was based on the agricultural year, but incorporated sophisticated understanding of astronomical cycles and their influence on earth-based magic. The most important magical workings were timed to coincide with specific combinations of seasonal, lunar, and planetary influences that maximized the effectiveness of earth magic, while ensuring that magical activities supported rather than competed with agricultural needs. Spring magic in the Moldovan tradition focused on awakening and activation of dormant magical energies accumulated during the winter months. Practitioners would perform elaborate ceremonies to encourage the emergence of magical plants, enhance the fertility of magical livestock, and prepare magical fields for the growing season. These spring rituals often involved entire communities working together to channel collective magical energy into the land itself. Summer magical practices emphasized growth, protection, and abundance. Moldovan summer magic included sophisticated weatherworking techniques designed to ensure adequate rainfall, while preventing destructive storms, magical pest control methods that protected crops without harming beneficial insects and magical creatures, and enhancement spells that could increase both the quantity and magical quality of agricultural products. Autumn magic centered on harvest, preservation, and preparation for the dormant season. The magical techniques developed for food preservation allowed Moldovan communities to store not only the nutritional value of their crops, but also their magical properties, creating stockpiles of magically enhanced food that could sustain both physical and magical health throughout the winter months. Winter magical practices involved reflection, planning, and the deep earth magic that could only be performed when agricultural activities had ceased and the land lay dormant. During the winter months, Moldovan practitioners would focus on long-term magical projects, the creation of new magical fields, the enhancement of underground magical installations, and the complex earthworking ceremonies that might take years to complete, but would provide benefits for generations. The magical crafts developed in Moldovan communities reflected their earth-based magical philosophy and their emphasis on creating objects that would serve practical needs while embodying magical enhancement. Moldovan magical pottery, created using clay infused with earth magic, could preserve food indefinitely while enhancing its nutritional and magical properties. Magical textiles, woven from fibers grown in magically enhanced soil, provided protection from both physical and magical threats, while remaining comfortable and attractive for everyday wear. The magical architecture of Moldovan communities integrated seamlessly with the natural landscape, creating buildings that appeared to grow from the earth itself rather than being imposed upon it. Moldovan magical builders developed techniques for encouraging stone and earth to form architectural structures according to carefully planned designs, creating buildings that drew their magical protection directly from the land on which they stood. The most remarkable examples of Moldovan magical architecture were the communal houses that served as centers of magical and social life in larger communities. These structures, which could accommodate dozens of families while providing spaces for magical work, education, and celebration, were grown rather than built, with earth magic gradually shaping natural materials into complex architectural forms over periods of several years. The magical defensive techniques developed by Moldovan communities emphasized subtlety and concealment rather than dramatic displays of power. Moldovan defensive magic worked by making communities appear unremarkable to hostile observers while providing genuine protection against both magical and non-magical threats. Entire villages could be made to appear as simple agricultural settlements to casual observers, while actually serving as centers of sophisticated magical practice. These concealment techniques proved invaluable during the various invasions and occupations that swept through the region over the centuries. Moldovan magical communities survived periods of foreign rule by appearing to be ordinary farming villages while secretly maintaining their magical traditions and protecting their magical knowledge from discovery and suppression. The interaction between Moldovan magical communities and their non-magical neighbors was carefully managed to maintain secrecy while providing mutual benefit. Moldovan wizards often served their non-magical neighbors as particularly skilled farmers, healers, and craftspeople, sharing the benefits of their magical knowledge without revealing its true nature. This approach created strong bonds between magical and non-magical communities, while providing additional protection for magical practitioners. The philosophical foundations of Moldovan magic emphasized patience, persistence, and deep respect for natural processes. Moldovan magical philosophy taught that the most powerful magic worked with natural forces rather than attempting to override them, and that the most enduring magical achievements were those that required generations to complete, but could then continue providing benefits for centuries. This long-term perspective shaped every aspect of Moldovan magical practice, from agricultural techniques that improved soil quality over decades to magical education systems that prepared practitioners for lifetime careers in earth magic. Moldovan wizards often worked on magical projects that they knew they would not live to see completed, trusting that future generations would continue their work and eventually reap the benefits of their efforts. The influence of Moldovan magical techniques spread far beyond the region itself, as traveling practitioners shared their knowledge with magical communities throughout Eastern Europe. Moldovan earth magic techniques were particularly influential in the development of magical agriculture in regions with similar soil and climate conditions. Moldovan preservation magic contributed to improvements in magical food storage and distribution throughout the region. Modern Moldovan magical communities continue to practice many traditional techniques while adapting to contemporary challenges and opportunities. Climate change has required modifications to traditional magical weatherworking techniques, while modern agricultural technology has created new possibilities for integrating magical and technological approaches to farming. The preservation of traditional Moldovan magical knowledge has become a priority for both local practitioners and international magical organizations concerned about the loss of traditional magical cultures. Documentation projects work to record traditional songs, stories, and practices, while younger practitioners learn from elderly masters who possess knowledge that exists nowhere else in the magical world. Contemporary research into Moldovan magical techniques has revealed sophisticated understanding of soil chemistry, plant biology, and ecological relationships that often exceeds current magical academic knowledge. This traditional knowledge continues to contribute to advances in magical agriculture and environmental magic, while providing insights into sustainable magical practices that work in harmony with natural systems. As our exploration of Moldovan magical heritage draws to a close, the rich scent of fertile earth seems to rise around us, carrying with it the patient wisdom of generations who understood that the greatest magic grows slowly, taking root in careful preparation and flourishing through steady cultivation over many seasons. The Moldovan tradition reminds us that magic need not be dramatic to be profound, and that the most enduring achievements often emerge from quiet dedication to working in harmony with the natural world. In this peaceful moment, surrounded by the imagined abundance of magical harvests, consider what seeds of possibility in your own magical practice might benefit from patient cultivation over time. and how might embracing the slower rhythms of natural growth transform your understanding of magical achievement and success. Chapter 12. The Historical Development of Magical Liberty. In the grand tapestry of magical history, where threads of struggle and triumph weave together to create the fabric of modern wizarding society, no story is more compelling than the gradual emergence of magical liberty as a fundamental principle of civilized magical governance. As our evening together draws toward its gentle conclusion, let us trace this remarkable journey from the earliest stirrings of magical consciousness about individual rights through the complex evolution of ideas that have shaped the magical world we know today. The concept of magical liberty, as we understand it in the modern era, would have been almost incomprehensible to the earliest organized magical societies. In ancient magical kingdoms, where power flowed from divine rulers through rigid hierarchies of magical servants, the idea that individual magical practitioners might possess inherent rights or freedoms existed only in the whispered dreams of the most daring philosophical rebels. Imagine yourself in the shadow of the Great Pyramids, where magical practitioners labored under the absolute authority of pharaohs, who claimed divine right to direct all magical energy within their realms. Here, magical ability was viewed not as personal property, but as a resource belonging to the state, to be deployed according to royal will without regard for the preferences or well-being of individual practitioners. The magical collars worn by court wizards served not merely as symbols of status, but as actual restraints that prevented unauthorized use of magical abilities. The first philosophical challenges to this absolute magical authority emerged from the Greek magical schools, where the influence of democratic political philosophy began to infiltrate magical thinking. The Academy of Magical Arts in Athens, founded by students of both Plato and the legendary wizard Aristoteles Magicus, became the first institution to formally propose that magical ability might carry with it certain inherent rights that even legitimate authorities should respect. These early Greek magical philosophers developed the revolutionary concept of natural magical law, the idea that certain principles governing the use of magical power were inherent in the nature of magic itself, rather than being imposed by human authorities. This theoretical framework provided the foundation for later arguments about magical rights and freedoms, establishing the intellectual groundwork for centuries of subsequent development. The Roman magical legal system, building upon Greek philosophical foundations while adding Roman pragmatism and organizational skill, created the first comprehensive legal framework designed to protect certain basic magical rights while maintaining social order and public safety. The Codex Magicus, promulgated by Emperor Marcus Aurelius in consultation with his magical advisors, established fundamental principles that would influence magical law for centuries. The Roman approach to magical liberty emphasized duties and responsibilities alongside rights, creating a framework where individual magical freedom was understood within the context of citizenship and civic obligation. Roman magical citizens enjoyed protection from arbitrary magical abuse by authorities, the right to magical education according to their abilities, and limited autonomy in the practice of their magical arts. But these rights came with corresponding obligations to serve the state when called upon, and to use magical abilities responsibly. The collapse of the Roman Empire brought both chaos and opportunity to magical communities throughout Europe. As centralized imperial authority crumbled, local magical practitioners found themselves free from ancient restrictions, but also vulnerable to persecution by emerging Christian authorities who viewed magic with suspicion and hostility. This period forced magical communities to develop new approaches to protecting their freedom and survival. The medieval magical underground that emerged from this crisis represented perhaps the most innovative period in the development of magical liberty. Forced to operate in secret, magical communities developed sophisticated systems of mutual protection and collective decision-making that emphasized individual autonomy within strong community bonds. The famous Covenant of the Hidden Flame, established in the 9th century, created a network of magical communities bound together by shared commitments to protect magical freedom and mutual aid. The medieval magical monasteries provided an alternative model for magical liberty that emphasized spiritual freedom and intellectual autonomy within structured religious communities. The Monastery of St. Servanus in Scotland, the Abbey of Magical Arts in France, and similar institutions throughout Europe created spaces where magical practitioners could pursue their abilities within Christian frameworks that emphasized service and spiritual development. These religious magical communities developed sophisticated theories about the relationship between magical ability and spiritual freedom, arguing that magical gifts were divine endowments that came with obligations to use them for the benefit of others and the glory of God. This theological approach to magical liberty provided intellectual and spiritual justification for magical practice that helped protect magical communities from religious persecution. The Renaissance brought revolutionary changes to concepts of magical liberty, as humanistic philosophy and the rediscovery of classical texts challenged medieval assumptions about individual rights and capabilities. The emergence of magical academies independent of religious control marked a fundamental shift toward viewing magical education and practice as matters of intellectual and artistic freedom, rather than religious or political obligation. The founding of the Accademia Magica in Florence by Lorenzo de' Medici and his magical advisors established a new model for magical education that emphasized individual creativity and exploration within a framework of classical learning and humanistic values. Students at the Academy enjoyed unprecedented freedom to explore different magical traditions, develop their own approaches to spellcraft, and pursue magical research according to their personal interests and aptitudes. This Renaissance emphasis on individual magical development coincided with the emergence of magical printing, which made magical knowledge more widely available than ever before. The first printed magical textbooks, carefully disguised to avoid religious persecution, democratized access to magical learning, and created new possibilities for independent magical study and practice. The religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries created new challenges for magical liberty as competing Christian denominations developed different approaches to magical practice and regulation. Some Protestant magical communities embraced more individualistic approaches to magical practice, while Catholic magical institutions maintained traditional emphasis on institutional authority and communal magical work. The magical settlements established in the American colonies provided unprecedented opportunities to experiment with new forms of magical governance that emphasized individual liberty while maintaining community cohesion. The Salem Magical Charter of 1692, drafted in response to the magical persecution trials, established some of the most comprehensive protections for individual magical rights that had ever been attempted. The Enlightenment brought systematic rational analysis to questions of magical liberty, as magical philosophers applied the methods of natural philosophy to magical governance and individual rights. The great magical encyclopedias of the 18th century attempted to catalog and analyze different approaches to magical liberty, creating comprehensive frameworks for understanding the relationship between individual magical freedom and collective magical welfare. The French Magical Revolution of 1789 marked a watershed moment in the development of magical liberty, as established magical authorities were overthrown and replaced with new institutions based on principles of magical equality and individual rights. The Declaration of Magical Rights proclaimed that magical ability is the common heritage of humanity, and no artificial distinctions of birth or social position shall restrict any individual's right to develop and exercise their magical capabilities. The Revolutionary period saw the establishment of the first magical institutions based explicitly on principles of democratic participation and individual liberty. The National Magical Assembly created new legal frameworks that protected individual magical practice while establishing democratic processes for making collective decisions about magical governance and policy. The Industrial Magical Revolution of the 19th century created new challenges and opportunities for magical liberty, as the development of magical technology made magical power more widely accessible, while creating new forms of magical inequality. The rise of magical factories and mass-produced magical items democratized access to certain types of magical capability, while creating new forms of dependence and exploitation. The magical labor movements that emerged during this period applied concepts of individual liberty to questions of magical working conditions and economic justice. The International Magical Workers Union, founded in 1847, argued that magical liberty required not only political rights, but also economic security and protection from exploitation by magical employers. The two great magical wars of the 20th century tested the limits of magical liberty, as magical governments implemented unprecedented restrictions on individual magical practice in the name of collective security and defense. The magical emergency measures adopted during these conflicts raised fundamental questions about the proper balance between individual magical freedom and collective magical survival. The aftermath of these conflicts brought renewed attention to magical liberty, as the magical community grappled with the legacy of wartime restrictions and the need to rebuild magical society on more just and sustainable foundations. The Universal Declaration of Magical Rights, adopted by the International Confederation of Wizards in 1948, established comprehensive standards for magical liberty that continue to influence magical law and policy today. The magical civil rights movements of the mid-20th century extended concepts of magical liberty to include magical beings and creatures that had previously been excluded from full participation in magical society. The integration of house elves, goblins, and other magical beings into broader magical communities required fundamental reconceptualization of who possessed magical rights and how those rights should be protected. The development of global magical communication networks in the late 20th century created new possibilities for magical liberty, while raising new challenges about privacy, surveillance, and the regulation of magical expression across cultural and national boundaries. The emergence of magical social media and online magical communities has democratized access to magical knowledge while creating new vulnerabilities to magical manipulation and control. Contemporary debates about magical liberty focus on emerging challenges created by advances in magical technology, environmental degradation, and the increasing integration of magical and non-magical societies. Questions about the proper regulation of magical genetic modification, the rights of artificially created magical beings, and the limits of magical intervention in non-magical affairs represent the cutting edge of ongoing development in magical liberty theory and practice. The conservation of magical liberty principles has become increasingly important as magical communities face new forms of threat from both internal and external sources. Educational programs designed to teach young magical practitioners about their rights and responsibilities help ensure that hard-won liberties will be preserved and transmitted to future generations. International cooperation in protecting magical liberty has expanded as magical communities recognize that threats to freedom in one part of the magical world can quickly spread to affect magical practitioners everywhere. The Global Magical Liberty Monitoring Network works to document violations of magical rights and coordinate international responses to threats against magical freedom. As our comprehensive exploration of magical liberty draws to its gentle conclusion, the accumulated wisdom of centuries seems to settle around us like the comfortable weight of a well-worn cloak. The long journey from absolute magical servitude to modern concepts of individual magical rights reminds us that freedom is never a final achievement, but an ongoing process that requires constant vigilance, courage, and commitment from each generation of magical practitioners. The story of magical liberty is ultimately the story of magical humanity's growing understanding of its own dignity and potential. Each advance in magical freedom has opened new possibilities for magical achievement while creating new responsibilities for those who exercise these hard-won liberties. In this peaceful moment, as our evening of exploration comes to an end, reflect on this final question. How will you use the magical freedoms that countless generations have struggled to secure? And what will you do to ensure that the torch of magical liberty burns even more brightly for those who will follow in your magical footsteps?